right, so this is another episode of the Uncivilized Arts podcast, the geek and internet culture podcast where we talk movies, games, and lots of geeky things. Today we're going to be talking about Fallout, primarily the Fallout series on Amazon Prime, but a little bit about the games as well. So blanket spoiler warning for everything Fallout concerning the series and a few things Fallout concerning the games for a bit later on, but we'll give a spoiler warning a bit later on for that. But for now, I am joined once again by my favorite cosplay extraordinaire, Lady Celeste Orchid. You already told me a little bit about how you're doing today, but I don't know. Do you want to say a few more things, or is like,
Yeah,
nah, this is too
I can
much?
tell you a few more things. I don't know how far in advance people need to know this or people listening, but I did get a booth at the largest anime convention or Japanese culture convention in Denmark. So if you
Okay.
want to come see me, it's February 14, 15, 16 in Copenhagen. Um, yeah, I don't have a ticket code for anyone, but if you are interested in meeting me, I'll be there at my own booth selling my wares and potentially some cosplay prints. Woo! Look at that!
Awesome. That's in February 2025. Yeah, this
Absolutely.
episode should be up before then. So we're recording this in November. I think this will go live maybe, I'm thinking December if I'm working it out correctly. So yeah, this should be live before that. So yes, if you listen to this when in December or indeed anytime before February 2025, then yeah, if you're in Copenhagen, make sure you check that out. I'm still gonna get back to Copenhagen. I know I said that I wanted to come and visit my nephews and that, and I ended up not coming because all kinds of things
It's
happened.
okay.
But yeah, I
They're
still
still
want to do that.
children.
I still want to do that.
Mhm.
So hopefully next year sometime, inshallah, I'll be able to. I've been to Copenhagen before. It was like years ago on a school trip. I was like maybe
Mm.
16 or 17, I think, at the time. So it'd be the first time in 20 years since I've been to Copenhagen. So yeah, I've got to get back, see how the cities has changed, how they're getting on
Oh
without
yeah.
me.
Oh yeah. See how gray it still is and wet.
Do the McDonald's still sell beer in Copenhagen? Well, I guess in Denmark, really.
I actually don't remember, and the funny part is we ate McDonald's yesterday. Um, but they have these new things called spicy chicken nuggets, and actually they are legit spicy. Because
Okay,
even I was, oh, okay. This is okay, that's a
interesting.
kick. Okay, okay, I need a drink. So I was like thrown back, which I do like spice. So I was like, wow, spicy chicken nuggets. Interesting.
Know what? I love spicy food, and I'm always disappointed when I go to a place where they claim to be like the spiciest, the spiciest, the spiciest, and you eat it, and it's like this is mild. Why
Oh
did you
man,
bill it up, get me all excited, and it's like, come
a
on, this is
disappointment.
mild. Like, I mean, maybe like I don't know, regular people think this is spicy, but nah, this is like if you're gonna say this is the spiciest, and you're gonna have a picture of like somebody like you know gasping for air and all that kind of stuff. I'm thinking, yeah, all right. And then it's like, come on, bro, don't treat me like this.
That's
Don't treat
gaslighting.
me like
No,
this.
it's so funny because there's a Korean ramen that's made here called Bulldog. It's called Bulldog. And it's so spicy that Danes were petitioning to have it recalled because it is so spicy. And actually, I did have it at full package seasoning level, and it was so spicy. I was like, I can't finish this. This hurts. This hurts so bad. I was like crying. I was like, okay, I get it. This is just too intense for Danes because, like, I have a good spice tolerance, but if I can't tolerate that, that must be murder to Danes. I was like, oh my God, because they're just good with a little bit of seasoning and pickles, and they're good. I went to my friend's house. He's pure Dane. Love him to death. He didn't even have ketchup in his pantry or refrigerator, so it was very strange.
But no condiments, nothing like, or just
Yeah, no
no
condiments, no mustard,
mayonnaise,
no
no
nothing. No,
barbecue
not at
sauce, or
all.
not no chili
Just like salt
sauce.
and pepper.
But that sounds like a all right. I mean, each their own, but all
It
right.
needs a little bit more life. Needs a little more
you
spice.
you can't eat at everybody's house, as the old saying goes.
No, exactly. But yeah, Maybe if I can get a hold on one, I can send it to you. You could do a quick little video and be like, "Is this spicy enough?" The almost recalled Danish
All
Korean ramen.
right,
I mean,
cool.
that
Yeah.
was a challenge for some time, but you know, people are different.
Was it still available, by the way?
I haven't looked for it in a while, but if I can find it, I would say it is available.
All right,
I haven't been
cool.
going
I'd
grocery
have to look for
shopping in
that.
a
I
while.
have to look back, go out to Denmark. Look for the Korean
Okay,
ramen. That's the
I'll
plan.
send
That's the
it to
plan.
you.
All right,
Make
cool.
sure you check for import taxes.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I mean, I guess clearly you know, but like that's such a piss take when you buy something or something gets sent to you, and and especially when it's like you buy it from I don't know, like Amazon, America, whatever, or wherever you get it from, and they got a regular just delivery fee that you pay on the site, and then you wait. It finally turns up. In fact, it doesn't turn up. What you get is like a note through the door saying, "Yeah, we were going to deliver this, but you got to pay some import tax before we give it to you." So they could go down to the post office and pay like an additional like 20 quid or whatever it is, for like
Oh,
import. They're like flipping out. Like, come
oh, exactly. Look at you. You just said 20 quid.
on.
Giving me troubles.
20 quid.
20 quid.
It just rolls. I mean, yeah, I'm used to it. This just rolls.
But that's what I was saying. Like, I don't say pounds often. And then for some reason, I just enjoy saying quid a little bit more for the currency.
You know what it is? Like, it's not, I mean, it's more like, I think when you say it, it's like there's like a slight pause when you say quid.
Well, it's just because I don't say quid often. Like
I know,
20
I'm
quid.
not, I know, I get it, but that's why it sounds a bit okay, yeah. But no, it's fine. It's fine. You'll get there. Eventually, you'll just start saying
Sure.
it without even thinking about it.
Uh-huh.
What's the
Because
what's like the colloquial, like the slang word for money in Denmark?
it's still just krona.
They just say correctness. Okay, okay.
It's just krona.
All right, all right.
Yeah, it's nothing special. It's just krona.
I'm saying it right. Krona, krona.
Yeah, yeah, krona.
All right.
Yeah. I can't think of anything
Oh
else that
well.
they would say. Like penge is just money. Like I need money. Like yes, couple penge. Like content is cash. But like if you just say like the number and then like the part like the counter of it, that's how they say it in Japanese. But it would just be like 20 crowns. So two krona.
Krona. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's nothing
Just checking.
special.
All right.
We
That was
don't
that
have
was
much
that was that was,
slang.
that was angle. That was disappointing.
I
no
know.
no slang
Because
word.
like
That's
in the
cool.
US, it's just like I got 500 dead presidents, you know?
I think Americans have a lot of slang words for money, right? Like there's like
Oh,
bucks.
easily.
I think that's probably the most popular one. But yeah, like dead presidents and what else have I heard? Paper,
Bills, cash.
bill, yeah.
Yeah, paper.
Paper we say over here
Um,
as well sometimes, but we usually just say shorten it down to peas. Like you would hear some
oh,
people say
that's so
paper,
weird.
but most times you hear people just say peas. Like where the peas? Where the peas?
Peas.
Like where's the
That's so
papers?
silly.
Peas.
Bills, rolls, because if you are like one of those poker kind of players, you talk in rolls. Like, oh, you need to give me a roll. That's a
Eggs.
lot of money. Yeah, bags for sure. But I mean, it just depends on who your friend group is because, like, now we're all heading more towards a digital form of currency. So it's just like, oh yeah, let me just send it via like Cash App or something or via Venmo, like something along those lines. You could just send it that way. Because we even have that here in Denmark, a Cash App where you can pay businesses and pay each other, but you have to be of a certain age to have it, which is like so strange. But I think it's good. That way it doesn't
You're
get
like over
abused.
18 or something, or
Yes. So I believe you have to be over 18 with your own bank account and telephone number. So you can have it.
I guess
Hmm.
that makes sense. I mean, you probably don't want like you know children sending hundreds and hundreds of krona to like some Twitch streamer, because they think she's cute or something, and they,
Or
stealing their dad's
or
credit
the
card.
vice versa. Oh my God. the vice versa of it. Like, oh yeah, I'm like 14, send me thousands of kroner to see my
Oh,
nudities.
yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I
That too
mean? So want to
probably
be
limits
careful
that a
about
little bit.
that. I'm just saying because like I believe it's like 16 is the age of smoking, and then you can start drinking beer at 14 in Denmark. So, you know,
Oh, yeah, I
I
see
just
what you
don't
mean.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, rules are kind of weird like that. Like certain things you could do at like 16 years old, then you got to wait to 18 to do. Something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
like
completely different in the USA. So like USA, it's like you have to be 18 to drive, and then you need to be 21 to drink alcohol and 18 to vote. Um, there's an extra charge if you're not 25 years old if you want to rent a car. I learned that one the hard way, and it's just ridiculous. There are certain things that are just like, oh, well, you need to be this age so you could do this. Oh, for women, if you want to get like a hysterectomy, like removing your uterus, I think it's called something else. Um, you need to be like 32 and then a signed waiver. And if you're married, you need your husband's consent. Or you need to have two kids and your husband's consent at the age of like something something. But either
okay,
way,
and that's how it is in
that's
America right now.
ridiculous. Yeah, there's certain states that do that. I'm not saying
Uh,
everywhere,
I know, I
but
know, I know, I
it
know,
is a thing.
I know. I mean, I know Britain definitely has its issues. Um,
Yeah.
but well,
We don't need
like I
to
say,
address that yet.
weird laws around the world, and but let me not say that because I might get
Yeah,
myself
that
into
is not this podcast.
I might get myself into more trouble than I'm prepared to handle because but you might already know what I'm thinking, but let me just not say
Yeah,
that.
I know what you're thinking. I'm like, well, let's just not talk about that. We could segue into our actual topic because that does get pulled up. On top of that, on top of that, on top of that, what did you think about this topic of Fallout? Because that could
um,
happen. Also,
yeah,
oh wait, I remember where I was going. I was going to tell you, I haven't lived in the US for like 7 years, so I'm very disconnected on certain things. And
okay,
some of it's blocked because we're in Europe. You know that, right?
okay. I didn't know that actually. What
Oh,
if there's
okay. Yeah.
certain news
So,
is blocked or
um, some news sites are blocked because they don't want to have to deal with the consent laws of the EU. So if you do not provide like consent law, or I forget what it's called, but we have to be able to choose like, can you monitor our clicks and our choices on how we navigate your site?
oh like the whole
Um,
cookie stuff and
yeah, like the whole cookie things. And if they don't consent to having that questionnaire, they're just blocked from, or they have to block themselves from being available to the EU, or they get fined like $1 million or something.
okay.
Yeah, so
We're not in the EU
there's a
no
lot of
more,
news
but
sources. Yeah, there's a lot of sources that
but
I
I've
just
noticed
can't
that.
read it. Well,
I see.
that's probably because the UK is not part of EU now, is it?
Yeah. We used to be, but we skeeted on that a
I don't know
few
if that
years
was,
back.
yeah, again, that's not the point. Anyways, back to the real question. What do you think about today's real topic, Fallout on Prime?
um, yeah, let's talk about. Actually, no. Before we get into Fallout, real quick, actually,
Okay.
just a
Yes,
few cool
before.
things that I was doing. Yeah, I was
Yes.
at Comic Con.
Yes, yes.
Um,
Absolutely.
I was at Comic Con on Saturday, so a couple of days ago. No, yesterday. What was I talking about? Yeah, no, a couple of days ago. It was right the first time.
Yesterday was Sunday.
Yeah.
Today is
So
Monday.
a couple of days ago. And it was really cool because like what happened is that a friend I believe bought the tickets. She bought two tickets for herself and somebody else, and they wanted to go because Jensen Ackles, who plays Soldier Boy in The Boys, was supposed to do like I guess a
You mean
sign in or
Supernatural
something
Jensen
like that.
Ackles?
That guy is it Ackles? I've been saying Ackles.
Yeah.
Ackles. Okay, so
No, it's
I've been
the
saying his name wrong.
brother.
I'm been saying his name wrong.
It's the Supernatural. Is it? Hold on. Let me ask my husband.
I know he's in
Honey,
some shows before The Boys, but I
I
haven't seen
forget.
them. As I don't think I have anyway.
I didn't know he was in The Boys, but yeah, he's most known for Supernatural. Is
But
he the
yeah, so
long-haired one or the
Aki,
short-haired one?
I don't know about Supernatural, but in The Boys he's got short hair. Well, yeah, pretty short hair in The Boys.
Yeah, I absolutely don't know who he be then. I
Achilles.
forget
So,
which
so how's
one
it
because
pronounced again? Achilles.
Ackley's.
Achilles.
Yeah,
Okay.
let me look this up.
Jensen Achilles.
Jens.
Was it
Ac-
was it
okay,
Jensen or
so she
Jensen?
Jensen.
Jensen
Yeah,
Achilles.
it's the long-haired one. Okay. Uh-huh, uh-huh.
But yeah, he was supposed to be doing like I think like a sign in or some kind of speech, or he's supposed to be doing something there anyway, and which they wanted to
Mhm.
see, but he ended up canceling and not doing it. And at that point, they've already got the tickets. And then because he cancelled, they were like, they don't really want to go, so they could still, because you know how it is, you have to buy the tickets for the event, then buy the tickets for the sign in or whatever other bit, right? So although the
Yeah.
sign-in Jensen Ackley's bit was cancelled, their tickets were still valid. But because he wasn't going to be there, they were like, "I'm not sure I want to go anymore." And then so my friend was like, "Hey, I've got these tickets and I want to go anymore. So do you want them?" And I was like, "All right," So she gave them to me for free. So that was really cool. Um, and yeah, so I went with my little brother. Well, let me say younger brother because he's not really little anymore. um, so I went with my younger
And he will
brother.
always be the little brother because he was born younger than you.
You know what? I say this to him all the time. Actually, I'm the older brother, but he's the big brother. 'Cause,
Oh, but think
he's
about this.
definitely he's way more mature than me by far. So I'm older. He's the big brother. I look up to him.
Oh, don't feel bad because I'm the second born out of five, right? But I stand at 150 centimeters. Oh, no, it's 152. Yeah. Yeah, last time we checked, it was 152. So 152 centimeters versus like 190. I'm short. And so everyone's bigger than me. But I'm like, no, you're still my little brother. You're still my little sister. You're still my younger sister. Like,
Yeah.
no,
You have to stand on the
you don't
chair to
get to
say
be
that though.
called. No, I'll just kick him in the knees.
Oh, yeah, that works too. That works too.
Yeah. I
Carry
could
like a
just
hammer.
smash their foot so they could fall down. Who's short
Um,
now? That those short girl memes where they're like, "Oh, the short girls have all the rage." It's like, yeah. Not only are we awesome, but yeah, we're very angry. Why did we get the short stick?
oh, literally.
So you went, so you went to NCM with your younger brother,
um,
and how did you
yeah,
enjoy that?
it was
You
really
were
cool.
in Celeste World.
Yeah, because I haven't been to Comic Con for years at this point. I can't even remember the last time I went. It's got to be at least 7, 8 years ago, maybe even more than that. It's been a long time since I've been to a
Hmm.
Comic Con, and this one was in Liverpool, so which was really cool because I have a friend that another friend that lives in Liverpool. So I got to see while we were up there as well. Catch up a little bit, old school friend. Um, and but yeah, we got on the train, went to Liverpool in the morning. Got there, walked around. Um, the Saw some cool stuff, saw some cool cosplay. Had a good old time. There was actually a what do you call it? They had like they have the gaming setups, right?
Yes.
And so they had a Street Fighter 2 set up there. So I got and you know what? Back in the day, man used to be sick at Street Fighter 2. Like I feel like I'm still I still got some skills, but I was like, all right, they got Street Fighter 2, let's play this. So yeah, I had to get on that thing and just like I ended up losing, but that's not the point.
Oh,
I did.
uh-huh.
I
Yeah, you're
won. I
talking
won
big
one
game, but you
match. I
lost.
won one
Okay,
match.
got it.
I won one
Okay, you
match.
at least got a one match.
I
Good
got
for
one
you.
match. Um, but yeah, I was playing Smash Brothers as well. They had that set up. I don't really play Smash Brothers. I don't really know about the game too tough. But my younger brother, he loved that back in the day, so he was on that playing against some guys and beating them. Um, and but yeah, it was just good to be around geeks. I don't get
Yeah,
too many opportunities to be surrounded by geeks these days, and because I haven't been to a Comic Con for a long time, it was like, yeah, I'm home.
well,
So yeah.
one of these days, if I need help at a convention in London or UK, you're my go-to. So,
Oh, for sure, for sure.
granted, if you're not out of the country and like doing your traveling. But yeah, no, there's a funny story about Smash Brothers. We don't play Smash Brothers anymore. Hmm.
Oh, is it okay? I think I know. It's
Yeah.
like a yeah, yeah. I think I know what you might be saying, but okay, what's the story behind that?
Oh, okay. So it used to be Christmas, like ever since I moved. I don't play a lot of video games with my siblings. We grew up on Tekken, Smash, and Soul Calibur. So every Christmas, whenever I came home, we would start playing the same games and be like, ah, blah, blah, blah. We would scream at each other because, that's just how it is. My brother got so frustrated at me with Soul Calibur because I don't know, I just don't know how it would happen, but I would do some things and it would literally show the glitch on the characters. And he's like, I clearly kicked your leg. And it didn't even register, but it showed in the replay that it kicked. So when we play Smash Brothers, it's just like this wild time. Lo and behold, I get married to my husband, and my husband's like, oh, how hardcore of a gamer could their family be? Yeah, it was kind of a slaughter. And he's like, okay, if there's one thing I have to be good at in this family, it's gonna be Smash Brothers, because I'm not letting that happen to me again. This man still plays Smash Brothers to this day, and he is so good. And it's just like, okay, you killed the game. We're not having fun anymore. The only person who wins is my husband. So I don't really play Smash anymore. I like it. I wish I was good. But also because of my pregnancies, I'm not supposed to play games that stress me out. Like
Oh,
League
yeah.
Smash stresses me out. League does not stress me out because I can like play with friends and we're on a team, so we work together. But Smash, no. That's like, hey, you have to know this and have skill and mix up. And I'm just like, ugh, I love being a dirty casual. I'm a filthy competitive casual player. But no, not my husband. My husband's like such a good player now. Like he's actually taken down a few of the top people in
Oh,
Denmark
really?
and made a name for himself. He's also beaten a world champion. So I'm like I'm a few matches, casual matches. It wasn't like a tournament. But he took them off of him and he's like, okay, well, I know not to play that character against you anymore. So it was just really interesting. And now I'm like, I created a monster. I love it. I just don't want to play him.
That's pretty cool though. I mean, has he played professionally like in tournaments and things like that?
Oh
Is
yeah,
just
he got like at least to semifinals to final. Like I know some of the more major tournaments he's gotten to quarterfinals, and then in
because he's
smaller
legit good
tournaments
then.
he's like won. Oh yeah, he's it's like cocaine. Can I say that? Am I allowed to say that?
What you
Okay, you know
said,
what?
so
Oh
it's
well.
said.
Well, you know what? If we get demonetized for that, I don't think it would happen. Anyways, people could say that.
More than 30
But
seconds,
yeah,
I think we're fine.
he's so into the game. It's nice to see him into the game. I'm just like, look, if I can't beat you and I know I have like a 0% chance of winning, I'm not playing. Like it is completely smashed to the ground. It used to be fun. I used to love that game. So anytime we like someone's talking about, oh, Smash Brothers, I'm like, play my husband and see if you're good, okay? Play him. That's how you know if you're good, because now he's the bar. It used to be me. It used to be if you could beat Marissa, you're good at that game. If you can't beat Marissa, you're trash. Don't even talk to us. You can't sit at our table. Now it's, oh, play Marissa. Okay, you think you're good. That's cute. Now play her husband because that's where the real bar's at.
All right. I might have to get my little brother, well, my younger brother, to play you guys, see how he stacks up. Because well, I mean, I don't want to say because I don't think he's done any competitions. At least as far as I know, I don't think he has. But at least before I saw, he seemed to be pretty good. So maybe I don't know, maybe. Or maybe one of these
Yeah,
days
I
we'll see how he stacks up against some of the best in the world. So
oh no, he's not best in the world because we still have a few players that are like bracket based, which
I mean,
like there's
semi,
a
what's
whole
he say?
tournament
Quarterfinals
system.
was it? That's pretty high up. That's. I mean, you talk about top
Yeah,
what 5% people in the world, right?
yeah. I
Yeah, so
still
yeah,
think my
amongst the
husband's
best
very
in the
good,
world.
so
Okay, maybe not the very best, but amongst the
but
best.
he's up there. He's got skill. He's got it. He knows what he's doing. But yeah, I think that's fun. So that's Smash Brothers. Um, yeah,
we
I don't really have a chance to play fighting games because like once you sit and play a fighting game, it's not like, okay, I can sit here, play for 30 minutes and leave. Like you're like one more match, one more match, one more match, then that becomes like a 2 hours.
Yeah, and I used to be like that. I mean, for me back in the day, it was Street Fighter 2. Like back when I was like, sort of, you know, secondary school kind of age, like a teenage age, like 13,
Oh, young.
12, 13, 14, that kind of age. Street Fighter 2 on the Super NES was me, on just playing
Oh,
it all
for
day,
real.
every day. And I mean, I think what ended up happening is that by the time, I mean, Street Fighter, they had back in the day they had like a million different versions of Street Fighter 2, like Street Fighter 2 Alpha, Street Fighter 2 EX, Street Fighter 2 plus,
That's not 2,
you
that's
know,
3.
whatever, and Street Fighter. Well, yeah, I'm confusing them, but but they basically had like a
But you're
bazillion
right, they
different
had
versions of
EX,
like Street Fighter
Alpha,
2, right?
they had the 3D
Turbo and Super and
versions.
Hyper Fighting and
Yeah.
World War,
I mean, they
loads of
still
different
do it
versions of it.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah,
anyways,
so
continue.
I think it was Super. Well, I had a couple. I think I had Super Street Fighter 2, and I think I had Hyper Fight. I can't remember, but I had two of them on the NES, and yeah, I used to
Mhm,
play those a lot. And then there released a whole bunch of other ones. You can't really keep up with them because there's too many. Street Fighter 3 came out eventually, and I didn't really play that because I think that came out on, I forget which console, but I didn't have the console, at least not at the time. Anyway, I probably got it eventually,
mhm,
but anyway, so I have played Street Fighter 3 since, but just not when it came out. Anyway, Street Fighter 4 eventually comes out, and that's probably the last time I was really into Street Fighter because I played it quite a bit. But it's also was that point of your life where, because it's like PlayStation 3 era now. So it's at that point in your life where, as much as I like this game, it's clear that this game is not made for me anymore. Like
Oh, yeah,
it's clear that
agreed.
this isn't just not for me. And then Street Fighter 5 came out, and I played the beta for Street Fighter 5, and it was like, yeah, this just, I like it. I still got love for Street Fighter, but I'm not that hardcore guy who's gonna sit on this all day. I'm just not that guy anymore. I'm not. I'm far removed from being that. Um, but yeah, we did get very. I mean, in my family, we did get very competitive with Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart 64, Super Mario Kart 64. Um, I said, wait, Super Mario Kart 64. And we used to play that like a lot back in the day. Just did not four player because that's four of us. I got an older brother and two brothers. So it's like four of us playing it, right? And then
Mhm.
eventually it became like a Christmas, because they don't play games so much no more, and around and blah blah blah. So it eventually became like a Christmas tradition where like every year, when the family's together, it's like, yeah, we get out the 64 and we all play Mario Kart and still trying to be all that kind of stuff, like. And we got real competitive with it, but eventually it just got to a point where the 64 just decided, yeah, I'm just gonna quit.
Oh, that's so
Some years later,
sad.
64's like, look, I've had enough of you people. I'm just gonna break myself, and yeah, the 64 stopped working. So we
And
haven't done it
me.
for a while. Um, and N64s are still quite expensive to buy. Like I've looked into it quite a few times as to buying a new one. Oh, well, not a new one because they're not won't be new, but you know what I mean. Buying another one,
Yeah, just
and
finding one that's
and
working.
yeah, they're still quite expensive. Like even at Comic Con, they had some on sale there, but it's like £155 for the N64, and I'm like, I probably paid about that much for the console back in the day, maybe even less than that. you know, like, but
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
it's a pretty expensive console, considering it's what 20, 30 years old nearly. Like, I mean, when did it come out? 90, what, 6, 7, something like that. So like you're talking
Yeah,
about a near 30-year-old console, but I guess the truth is
but
it's
you
still
forget.
in demand.
Be
People still clearly want it, and of course Nintendo aren't making new ones anymore. So like the price of it just seems to go
exactly.
up. So I don't know, man. I might have to just like suck it up and just pay the exorbitant price and just like it is what it because we still got the games, we still got the cartridges. We just don't have the console to play them on. So but yeah, I might have to
Yeah,
suck it up
exactly.
and pay that price, man. Might have to.
Yeah, because, like, it's a limited quantity, like, so if one breaks, then there's a finite number, it's
Yeah,
not as good as, like, the next thing that's coming out. The one good thing that you can have is, like, if you have Nintendo Switch Online,
yeah,
you can
yeah,
access some of the games, but it's just not the same because it's not the same
yeah.
controller, you
Yeah, that's
know?
the thing, isn't it? Like, I like that the Nintendo Switch does that. Like, you can access the old games, and I think you can buy like old controllers, but adapted for I feel like I saw it. Is that right? Like, you could buy like the old controllers, but they're adapted to play on they're made to like like a wireless version of a SNES controller or something like that. I think they have. I don't know. I
I
feel
believe
like I've
so,
seen that.
yes. Yeah,
Unless my
so
brain just made it up. I think I've seen
So
something like that.
it's only certain controllers because I don't think they've done the 64 yet, but they did the
Oh, okay.
retro classic OG like Famicom controller,
Okay,
and they
okay. That's probably what I
made
saw.
the GameCube controller just for Smash. Like they legit brought that back for Smash.
But yeah, it's cool that they
Other
do that,
than
but right, it's just not quite the same thing. It's like you want that old kind of setup with all the cables running out the back, and you know,
right,
if you could
you
get a
want the
CRT
nostalgia.
monitor, even better. You know, like because they were made for CRT monitors, really. I know LCD and plasma screens and blah blah blah. They're all better screens, but these old consoles are really made for the CRT, and they just shine
Exactly.
so much better if you can get an old CRT monitor, plug it in the back,
Hmm.
use the RF signal. No,
Yeah,
the
the
SCART. No, yeah, SCART
red,
cables.
yellow.
The RA, yeah, the RGB was out. Yeah, red, no, green. No, what am I talking about? Yellow, no, yellow, white, and red. That was it. Yellow, white, and red.
Yes,
And you plug it into the SCART at the back. Yeah, RF. The RF models was like SNES, and before we had the RF, you plug it into the aerial. But that's real old school. I'm talking now. But yeah, with it SNES, it was a SCART cable. You plug it in, have that run into your console. You have your console plugged into the wall with the power adapter in the back. Plug it into put your game into the machine, flip it on. You know, doesn't work. You put it out, blow the cartridge.
oh my
it's
God, you
the it's
blow in
the
the cartridge and then you just try again.
you
That's
know
so nostalgic.
apparently blowing on the cartridges didn't actually do anything. Like I read that someone online that apparently didn't actually do anything, but I don't know, man. I feel like it did.
I think it
Maybe
absolutely did. We were
yeah.
kids
Like
back in the day.
it
We didn't
felt
keep
like it did.
anything clean.
Yeah,
Are you
like
kidding me?
maybe yeah. I don't know, man. Like yeah. I don't know. Maybe it was one of these things where you think it's doing something, or it would have worked anyway, even if you didn't blow in it. I don't know, but
Oh,
I
placebo effect
I
kind
don't
of
know,
thing.
man. Yeah, I don't know. To my mind, I feel like blowing in it did do something. You know, at the very
Well,
least, it
sometimes
removed
it
any
did work.
dust in. You know, it
You
removed
know?
any dust at least. In.
Yeah,
But
sometimes it
yeah,
did work. You can't knock it because,
exactly. Blowing it, put it in,
if it did work.
it boots up. You see that spinning N with it on the
Yeah.
screen.
Oh my
Man,
God.
that's an
That's not the
experience,
same
man.
thing. The spinning N is the GameCube. What are you talking about?
No, the spinning N was a 64. The GameCube was the rolling cube.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like the spinning cube. I was like, what are you talking about? The spinning N. Gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay, I
spinning N. Remember,
misunderstood.
like we blew it up. It was this N, and
No,
it's
I
like N,
understood.
and then the 64 and it spins around. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally thought of it backwards. I was like, what are you talking about? I thought you were t referencing the cube.
Come on,
Anyways,
Celeste.
yeah, it
You're
just,
not that
I
old.
miss all of it.
Your memory should be
No. It's so sad because like all gaming consoles really don't have like cute little boot up screens. It's just automatically to the home screen. So like even back when it's just the PS1 or now dubbed the PSX, which is stupid, like it doesn't have that
yeah,
It
that was
doesn't have
yeah, I
any of
remember
that.
that.
I miss
That
it.
little like and the PS2 had one and the
Yeah.
PS3 had one as well. I'm sure the PS3 had one too. I don't remember what it was though, but I'm sure the PS3 had it as well.
Oh yeah. Like at the PS3, I think it had the cubes where it would go like pew, or was that PS2? No, PS3 had that, and then it would bring you to the home screen where you could drag and drop.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
Those
do miss
it's
it.
little things like that. It's all part of the gaming experience and all part of the memories that are formed along the way. You know, those little things that you remember of what they did or what the consoles did. You know, and tiny things that are probably not even supposed to be like the startups. You know, splash screens and those sort of intros that they did. Like they probably were just kind of throwaway ideas, but they became so iconic over the years because it's at least for me anyway. And I'm sure anybody who's sort of my age or similar to my age, where if you're in your kind of teenage years playing these games and sort of late teenage years or maybe say early 20s playing these games, and it's like you're at a point in your life where maybe you've got a job, so you've got a little more money coming in, but you don't really have any full on responsibilities like that. You know what I mean? So it's the money
Hmm.
that you got. It's pretty much almost entirely disposable income, and you're working part time, so you still got a lot of time for games and movie, and it's just such a peak moment in people's lives, in my life certainly, where as far as like games and things like that go, where you've got the money balance, you got the time balance, and it just fits. You know what I mean?
Oh my God,
Everything
right?
just fits. Like you go to work, you do a few hours, you come home, you play your games, and it just fits. But then after that, it's like more time at work, less time on games. More time on work, less time on games. More and more time at work, less time on games. And yeah, but
I
that's that point in your
know.
life where the balance is peak. The balance was peak. Yeah, it's good time. Time.
I miss it. I miss that, Bubs. I have kids.
Oof.
Not a
Uh,
bad thing. I'm just saying. It would be
no,
nice
indeed.
to like game a little bit more again.
No, I get you. I
But
get you.
I
It's
do game a lot. Like I play a lot of Don't Starve, and then when I can, I play League, and then I play Pokemon Unite with my husband. So mhm. It
yeah.
was a
I
good
mean,
time.
and they, I feel like we don't stop gaming. We just change our gaming habits, right? That's really what it comes down to. Oh,
Oh,
and
agreed. Because like we don't get to sit there and just learn the new command list to like throw the fireball or do a 10-hit combo,
yeah,
see what moves connect with what moves. Because I can't sit there and craft that. So it's just like, well, I guess I can't play this game, but I'm hyped for it.
right. You know what I mean? Like some of the games coming out where they look cool, they look great, look like the type of thing you would have loved back in the day. But it's just like, bro, I ain't trying to. I can't I can't spend like the time it will take to just get through the character creation bit, you know,
Oh my
let alone the
God,
game
that is
itself. And
such a
it's like,
thing.
ugh. Like, let me just allow this one. I can't be spending like 60, 70 pounds on a game that I'm barely gonna play. And if I ever do get through it, probably won't be till like 20 years from now or something. So
Oh
yeah,
my
let me
God,
just
right?
allow it.
Like the other thing too is just like customization has gotten so insane that it's just like, I don't know what I want. And then you get creative paralysis. And then once you finally get in the game, there's so many side quests and open world, and then you just want to keep exploring. So then you never finish the game. And it's like by the time you get into a spot of like the story, you're like, oh wait, they already released the next like edition or like the update. And it's like, oh shit, I'm so behind now. And then you had to redo it all over again. And I'm just like, really? What? Why? Why are we doing this? Why can't we just have like, I don't know if you played Final Fantasy X, but I feel like, no, I think Final Fantasy
Yeah,
8's
I have
like
10.
just as
I play 10.
streamlined. So like 8 and 10 for me was just so streamlined that it's like I didn't have to worry about doing side quest after side quest. Like all these new age games that are coming out, I feel like if I don't do the side quest, then I don't know the complete story.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah. You kind of feel like you're missing out sometimes, but it kind of depends on the game, I think, though, because some games, the way the side quests are done, like for example with Cyberpunk, I think was the most recent example I can think of, at least anyway, where the side quests do kind of feel like part of the main story, to an extent. Where so you're doing them, you don't have to, of course, but you do them, and it does feel like it's at least connected. So like sometimes I feel like the side quests can feel a bit too disjointed, and so I don't mind when it's like that, when it feels like that you still feel like you're progressing even though you're not really, when you just do a side
exactly.
quest, but you still feel like you're at least doing something. um but yeah, you can miss them and still and still complete the game and still understand what's going on, so it's not like super important, but it's just kind of cool that they do it that way, so it all fits into the world and characters and everything else quite nicely.
Yeah, exactly. I just think it's just so unfortunate that it's like I don't know how many games I can say don't need DLC these days. But there's so many companies that are like, oh, we could just add a little bit more DLC and it'll tell a more complete story and add on, and then our studio can make more money. And it just kind of makes me sad because it's like, maybe if you just wrote a good story, we wouldn't have to have DLC.
Right, you know what I mean? And to me, that's just cheap. I mean, I mean, I don't have a problem with DLC or expansion packs, as we used to call them. Okay? Show my age
Hmm.
really now. But I don't have a problem with DLC. I do have a problem with when it's like you're releasing DLC that really should be part of the game. Like if because you know what I mean. Like it feels like sometimes. people releasing incomplete games and then releasing DLC, and it's like, wait a minute, like this should be part of the main game. Like, don't skimp on the actual game, because when somebody buys something, especially when you're paying like whatever dumb price they're selling these games for nowadays, you want a complete
Yeah.
experience, you know. And even if it's a short experience, you want a complete experience. And I feel like sometimes they just don't do that. They'll give you like part of it, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, here's some DLC," and I get, look, they need to make their money. They need to, you know, games are expensive to make, so I'm not mad at them trying to sell more content, but at least release a complete product, then
Yeah.
DLC on top of that. You know?
Yeah, to finish telling the story. It's like, about that. Kind of like what they did with Final Fantasy 15, which is just like, I was so hyped for 15. It was like the biggest letdown. Granted, it still made me cry, but it's just like you could see when they changed directors and direction, and it was just so awkward. Like after the first part of the game was done, it was like, this sucks. This is not good. What is this? And that one really broke my heart because I really wanted that one to be so good. And like, I think that's kind of what scorned me from getting more future titles from Square Enix. Some of the smaller ones that are made for Nintendo Switch I got, but anything for PlayStation, I'm like, I'm a little burned still. I'm gonna wait
Yeah.
to purchase, but um, it's just kind of like they were planning to release 8 DLC extra story alongs to help finish telling the story, and it's just like, well, if you just finish what the original story was, we wouldn't have this problem. Like they completely scrapped the idea of the heroine. Her name was originally supposed to be Stella, and instead they changed it to Luna Freya. She's no longer a princess. Now she's like an oracle, and she doesn't use a rapier. Now she uses a trident, and it's just like you hardly get to see her. But instead, they made her like they focused a lot of her on the movie, which was like, this is really weird. Why are we focusing on the movie? And then they had an anime to go with it. So it's like, okay, they really screwed that title up. And I just think it's like, it's okay to expand a game that is already established, finished, and done, kind of like Final Fantasy X. So then they made 10 too. And then there's a like light novel after it explaining what happens after 10 too. So it's like I'm okay with that because 10 was a great story. People still love 10, versus 15. Not that great.
Yeah. I think 15,
So,
no, 14 was an online one, wasn't it? It was,
yes, and it's still very popular. So, very huge.
which is the most recent one, because I ain't gonna lie, I lost count with Final Fantasy a
It's
while ago.
16. 16 is so crazy. I didn't play it. I watched some Let's Plays just because, like, I think I know I would get stressed and I wouldn't finish. But uh, they kind of go back to the roots of Final Fantasy of like the crystals and summons, and this time people become the summon. So like, Ifrit like comes out, and then there's the Phoenix, which is kind of like a newer one. And they didn't really have Phoenix in previous games. That I know of. Feel free to tell me in the comments which games has the Phoenix. That is if you get this, listen to this podcast. And like it's just really interesting on how much betrayal and like I had to do this to survive kind of thing. It feels so Game of Thrones hit Final Fantasy in the face. So um it really is pretty dark for a Final Fantasy game. A lot of them have dark themes, but this one I feel is like extremely dark.
Okay. Um,
But
it
it's
sound like
16.
something you wanna play eventually, or I mean, from what you've seen of it, or is it like, nah, it's just too much?
It doesn't play like your standard Final Fantasy game. That's what turns me off because I don't need it to be role playing, like turn-based role playing, kind of like, all the other ones. But it just looks like a weird version of like Elder Scrolls or like an action game Devil May Cry style. And I don't dislike that, but to me that makes it lose the magic of it being Final Fantasy. 飯は終わりますか？あ、美味しそうみたいね。やかま。 So
Okay.
it's just a little. Oh, sorry. I was asking my husband if he finished cooking, and I told him it smells delicious, delicious. So I'll be coming down in a moment to grab some
Uh,
food.
hey, you speak
Yeah, but
like a million languages. Like,
I try to speak a million languages. Actually, okay, so really quickly, I I feel really good that when I go shopping now here in Denmark, I actually do a pretty decent job at conversing with the shopkeep or any other customer, and I feel very confident with it. And that says something that, learning a different language and being in a different country from, your own country, it speaks volumes when you can assimilate. And then
no,
I've
for
learned
sure.
Japanese from high school, so I should be decent at that. I've lost the skill because not a lot of people speak Japanese to me, so
Mm.
we're trying to recover that skill. I
Yeah,
used to
yeah, I get
speak
that.
Russian and
Get that.
Chinese, so
I've been learning French, well, French and Spanish recently, mostly French. And recently, I had a conversation with this French couple, and yeah, it was kind of cool because like I was able to understand them, and they were able to understand me, and it was kind of that moment of like, you kind of realize. So I've been doing this for like, oh, I've been learning it for about I think about 9 months, 8 9 months, and
mm,
I've spoken to people in French before in like very limited ways, but that was like maybe like the first, I think, at least for me, it was the first kind of real test of it. Um,
hmm
so it was kind of cool that I was able to do that, and I'm sure I messed up my grammar. I know I'm still very far from being fluent, but the fact that I was able to converse with them and understand them, and they understood what I was saying is like, man, that was a big win for me. I was like, yeah, I'm doing all right in
right.
it.
And yeah, exactly. And then one of the biggest things too is like I noticed that French, like the French, really appreciate more when you try to speak their language as opposed to making them to convert to English. So,
Oh, I mean,
or,
yeah, no, I mean, I think that's true. I think that's true, but it is kind of funny because when I was in Paris back in July,
mm,
I tried speaking French there, but it was more of a case of like, look, they can tell you're not very good at it, and they'll
hmm
just respond to you in English.
oh yeah,
It'd be
I
like
feel
that.
kind of
So
bad about it.
it's kind of like, okay,
No,
um, we'll, we'll see what we can do.
that happened to me one time. I was trying to find the station. I was late to a dinner party, and I was like asking this Danish woman. It's like, excuse me, where is the closest she's like, just ask me in English. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I really wanted to try. But where is the station?
Yeah,
She's like, you go down this way, and then you go this way, and then you go this way. She was off by a little bit, but I did make it to the station, and I was still late to the dinner party anyways. So there's that in a bag of chips.
yeah. That was kind of fun actually, as a kind of comparative experience. Is that when I was in Amsterdam, I went into this coffee shop, and I mean I know very very little Dutch, like nowhere close to being able to have even a basic conversation. But I said hello in Dutch, and it was I think she responded in, yeah, she responded in Dutch, and I was kind of like, yeah, I've exhausted all the Dutch I know. I'm sorry, and
It's
but
like, I'm
even
just
then,
trying to be friendly. Oops.
yeah. But even then, she was like, I mean, we could continue in English, or you prefer to be speaking in Dutch. She just actually asked me if I prefer to even just keep trying. Like she would have waited while I just stumbled through a bunch of words, but I was like, you know what? Let me.
Yeah.
I said hello, and I think I said something about, do you have I was looking for like like coffee beans. So I was asked if they have coffee beans for sale, and that was all I
I
knew.
see it. Not the other Amsterdam specialties.
Oh no, not that kind of coffee shop. It was a regular
Just making
schmegular
sure.
coffee shop. I mean, no
Yeah,
judgment. People
noodles.
do what the people do, but yeah, that's not for me. A lot of those coffee shops around, of course, you walk around and you see it, you smell it.
Oh
If
yeah,
you
it
don't see it, you
is
definitely smell
impossible
it.
for you to
Uh,
not smell it.
Yeah, no, it was there a regular cafe.
But yeah, quite a bit of languages. I'm attempting to learn French. I very much am terrible with it. And I'm definitely succeeding more in Danish and in Japanese. But I think when you juggle too much and you can't succeed, then you just know, just press on and where you can and you're succeeding.
Yeah,
That
indeed. I
being
think.
said, I recently got to 700 on Duolingo.
Oh yeah,
Woo!
yeah, yeah. I
Whoopee.
think I saw that. Yeah, it was at 700. No, wait, was it 700 days? Is that right? Did I see that?
Yeah, I'm at
Oh, what?
704 today.
Wait, wait. I thought I saw. Wait, hold on a second. I saw somebody was over 1,000. How was it? Oh no, somebody else
Oh,
is
that
over a
is not
thousand.
me.
That's somebody else. My bad. Else.
Mhm.
Okay,
I'm not that cool.
you're on 704.
I'll get there.
Yeah, here we go. 700. And I cheered you on. um, yeah,
Woo!
I like Duolingo. It's a cool app for learning in a casual way. And there's other learning sources, and I know a lot of people because I watch these videos on YouTube, and everybody, a lot of, well, not everybody, but there's certainly a decent number of language tube people that always got something bad to say about Duolingo. It's a waste of time. It's this, it's that, and blah blah blah. But I don't know, man. I find it useful. So I mean,
We are
whatever
not
my
sponsored by
yeah.
Duolingo, but if
Um,
you would like to sponsor us, we're totally cool about being sponsored by Duolingo.
Oh, for sure, for sure, sure. I could do with some of that owl money. So if you want to sponsor me, I'm good with that. But now for real though, it's like I think when it comes to learning languages, granted I'm an amateur language learner, but for whatever this opinion's worth, just go with whatever you think works for you. You're gonna hear a lot of people say this is a waste of time, that's a waste of time. Mostly they're just trying to sell you their own language learning course, but in the end, just go with what works for you, whether that's Duolingo, whether that's whatever else. Just go with what works for you, find something that fits in with your learning habits, your learning schedule, the way you like to do things, and just go with that. Use other sources if you can. Take your time. You don't have to be in any rush. Just because somebody else learned a language in like 2 weeks don't mean you have to. What I mean? You just go in your own time, do what works for you, and yeah, that's my my amateur advice when it comes to learning a language. Do what works for you,
Yeah,
whatever
exactly.
that's
Because
worth.
like imagine you learn like Arabic, right? And then you never go to like an Arabic country or the Emirates. And so then it's just kind of like, well, what was the point of that? You're going to lose that skill. Oh, hold on. And it's like to learn a language is to be able to, converse with people in that language. But if you have no one to converse with, then how are you going to keep that skill? Like me moving, let's not do that. Me moving to Denmark thinking, hey, I'm going to move to Japan or move to China or even Russia. Nope, that didn't happen. Yeah, noodles. Thank you. Can I have that? Thanks. See, like I can speak child now.
Maybe child
You
speaks
want
adult.
juice? Where's your juice? Mom's gonna give you some juice. I was gonna put myself on mute so you didn't have to hear me, but I can't do that because I cannot. Here you go. I'm getting you juice. And that's another thing too. Like, even if like we're speaking English, right? There are still some people that just don't understand what you're saying. Like,
Oh, this is it.
like,
Not everybody
like
speaks
just a
English.
contextual thing. No, 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 not that. But like contextually, I can be like, oh man, I'm having I'm having the
Oh, like
best day ever. And it's like sarcasm. You know what I mean?
oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah,
Like there's
like
still the small things about like culture and language that you wouldn't pick up unless you speak to someone.
yeah, you like maybe certain like casual ways of speaking or certain slangs that you might not um get or just cultural references and yeah, I get it, stuff like that. But that's part of it, isn't it? Like, I mean, I think anytime you learn anything, like well, language, for example, like unless you're living amongst people, you just not there are going to be certain things you probably won't get. I mean, unless you maybe see it in a movie, you might learn some stuff there. But generally speaking, it's going to be a lot of things you might not get. Even if you can say speak the language even fluently, if you're not, amongst say French people. Right? But then, if you learn French and go to another French speaking country, they're gonna have their different, slangs and cultural references and that whole thing. So I guess it's just a thing. Like the where you live is also gonna form, how you understand things.
Absolutely. Like to go on that French thing, like I don't think French, like native French in France is the same as like French Canadian French, you know?
Right,
Like
yeah.
that's the same with like Spanish, like South American Spanish or Mexican Spanish. It like is not the same as Spain Spanish. I think they
Yeah.
even call it Castilian Spanish for
Yes.
like
Yeah.
actual like Spain.
Yeah, like
Not
the
the same.
language is basically the same, but in terms of like specific, ways of speaking or maybe specific ways of pronouncing words and or even order of words and stuff like that. For example, or I guess in say an English example would be like, how people speak English in Britain versus how people speak English in America. You know, basically understand each other because they're speaking the same language. But there's going to be like maybe things you might say that mean nothing to me, or things I might say that mean nothing to you, and that kind of thing. Because like although we're speaking the same words, we're not necessarily drawing from the same pool of references. Okay, you're
Yeah,
on mute. Oh yeah,
absolutely.
do
Because
so.
like
Okay.
my friend, yeah, sorry, I didn't want
Okay.
my son to be
Oh
screaming
no,
at
that's
you.
cool. That's cool.
So,
That's cool.
no, that's something that's really funny because what was it? My friend, he's also British English, and he's like, "Yeah, are you having a laugh? Is that your impression of a Brit? Is that?" And I was just like, "Oh, I think it was either are you having a laugh or are you trying to?" It's like, "Are you trying to be funny?" No,
Yeah, it would have. Yeah,
he
you having
said
a laugh.
something.
You having a laugh.
Yeah,
Yeah, you having a
yeah.
laugh.
And I'm like, That's not something we say in like the US."
You having a laugh, mate. You having a
Yeah.
jimmies. Pulling my leg. Taking the piss.
Oh, pulling my leg, I've heard. I've heard that one. I'm trying to think if there's any others that he said because I'm just like, yeah, you're speaking English, but I don't know that is it euphemism? Is that what it is?
um,
You know, but
he's quite okay. No, I guess not quite
is that what
euphemism,
it's
but
called?
uh,
No.
I guess
There's a
it's
different word that I'm trying to say,
yeah. I
and
guess
I
it's like a
can't think
just
of it. It's on the
an
tip of my
expression. What do
tongue.
you call it? A
Yeah.
catchphrase? No, that's not it. Yeah, well, yeah, expression. Let's go with expression.
Yeah, I
British
just can't think of
expression.
what it is because I don't say things like that often. But some people would be like, "It's not my cup of tea. You're drinking
Oh yeah,
water." It's like, It's not my cup of tea," meaning I
my
don't
cup of
like
tea,
it,
mate.
you know? I say that all the time. And
Not
people are
my
like,
cup of
"What? Are
tea.
you British now? Do you drink lots of tea?" I'm like, I've been drinking lots of tea to help my throat. So, hooray! I'm not sick. I'm just making sure I have something to warm up my mouth. Wow,
Oh no,
it's
it's a good idea
tasty.
actually.
Okay.
Lemon and ginger as well. I did.
That's my favorite right now.
Your favorite cup of tea, lemon and ginger.
Oh, yes. Are you all done? You need to put your bowl on the table. Good
Celeste
job.
is multitasking to the max right now. Appreciate you doing this,
Yes.
Celeste.
My
Big ups to
son.
you
Oh,
all day,
yeah,
every
you're
day.
welcome. I mean, we're supposed to be talking about Fallout, but now here we are talking about uh languages. No, that does play a big role because, what would happen in a nuclear fallout? Language could go all to
Oh,
shit,
indeed, indeed. In fact,
especially
yeah,
with like just what happens.
yeah.
Yeah, look at
I
all
guess
the
that's
lights.
that's a good segue into the show about languages. I don't think the show really addresses the fact that I mean it does address the fact that you got people who've been living in this shelter for hundreds of years and people have been on the surface, but it doesn't really acknowledge to any real degree that their frames of use of language would actually be different. But it doesn't seem to do that. Like they seem to speak almost. I mean, apart from they got items that they haven't heard of, aside from that, but in terms of how language is used, same way people speak on surface seems to be the same way people speak. Well, maybe not exactly the same in terms of like I know there's different accents and stuff like that, but there's no real say cultural difference between people in the a language cultural difference between people in the vaults and people uh
Yeah, it's
uh
interesting in that
a
fast.
surface. At least not any significant ones that I spotted. I mean, again, if I missed something, drop it in the comments, let me know. I was trying to
I
reference
mean,
something as well. I forgot.
yeah, I mean, it's all still based in the USA. So, but it's so weird because they're like, oh, I need to go to Columbus. And then, oh, I need to go to Hollywood. And they make it seem like it's so quick and easy. I'm like, you're not using cars. What the heck are you talking about?
All right. So before we
Woo!
get deep into the bunkers of Fallout, the vaults of Fallout,
That's nice.
yeah, we're gonna get to some spoilers and stuff like that a bit later on. Before we do that, though, what would you say as a basic non-spoiler opinion of Fallout for anybody who hasn't seen it? Like a brief kind of the show series.
Three different narratives of different characters with different goals, and just trying to understand what happened to the world after the dropping of atomic bombs.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
I think it's not a spoiler, but I think it
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much the premise of the show.
sums
So
it
yeah,
up as nice of a package as it could be. All done.
yeah. I mean, yeah, that's a really good summary, I'd say, in terms of like just basic overview. I feel what I'd add to that is just like, I mean, I'm not as familiar with the games to know stories and how it links and blah blah blah. But from my understanding, it's pretty much its own thing as far as the story goes. Uh, which to me is a good thing. I think that's something that more shows should do when they base things when they become more adaptations should do. Um, rather than trying to
Oh,
stick to everything that happened previously, it just says, you know what, let's sell it in this world and create our own story. So whether you play the games or not, you're still getting something new out of this. Um, and
and it's believable.
oh yeah,
It,
yeah, yeah. I think the way they've told the story, even I guess it's not a spoiler to say it's set in an alternate. It has an alternate history, and it's set in the future of an alternate history. You know, but in terms of sequence of events, I could believe things like that should an event like this be in on the horizon. I think the events are or the actions of the people are very believable, even in our reality. Well, I won't say too much more just yet. But yeah, we'll get into some spoilers now. We'll get into what we think of the show. We'll get into all that happened. And we'll try and cover as much detail as we can muster. So this is your spoiler warning. If you've seen the show, great. If you haven't seen it, you may want to watch it first. Or if you just don't care about spoilers, go.
so,
Lady,
bef-
Lady
I was
Celeste.
going to ask, I was going to ask first, what did you think when I presented this idea of reviewing Fallout?
Yeah, I mean, I
Because I
liked it.
don't know if this,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry, was
go on.
yeah. Yeah, no, I like the idea because I mean, Fallout was on my list of shows to watch eventually. Um, I would say that there's a bunch of shows that I'm trying to get through at the moment, and Fallout is one of them. But I would say that I had probably forgotten about it until you mentioned it to me. It's kind of slipped in the back of my mind because I was watching. I'm rewatching, Stranger Things. Started watching Only Murders in the Building, the new series of, or the final series, sorry, of Cobra Kai, or the final section of the final series of Cobra Kai is about to start. There's Agatha that just comes. So yeah, it was on my mind to watch eventually, but with all everything else, I ain't gonna lie, I forgot about it. And then you mentioned it, I was like, oh yeah, that show. I should get to that. Um, so yeah, I played a little bit of Fallout One. And by a little bit, I mean I saw Shady Sands, and I got to I forget which vault it was, vault whatever the number, but the one where you need a rope to climb down a couple of levels, and I basically just got stuck there, and I'm like, how do I get any further?
It's a little old.
Because I need to find like a water chip or something. So I'm still very much in the beginning of that game. I've played a little bit of Fallout 4. In fact, Fallout 4 is a game that I nearly bought twice because I forgot that I had it. speaking of forgetting about Fallout, right? um,
Oh
I
yeah.
I bought Fallout 4 on a Steam sale, and I was like, okay, I'll buy it now because it's a good price, but I'll play it when I've got time. And then ended up forgetting about it. And then maybe like a year later or something like that, I was in a shop looking at Fallout 4, and I was like, I should get this. And then I was literally walking to the counter, like, wait a minute, do I have this already? do I have this? So luckily I didn't buy it again. 'Cause I remember I had it, but yeah, I nearly bought that game twice. And yeah, I did eventually play a little bit of Fallout 4, but yeah, again, didn't really get very far with it. I played a very tiny little bit of Fallout Vegas. But yeah, again, haven't got didn't get very far with it. There's a pattern. I'm sure you can see there's a pattern.
It is a large game, to be
Yeah.
fair. I
Um,
beat the every living daylights out of Fallout 4. That's the only one I've touched. Haven't played any of the other ones.
And by the way, it's not that I don't like the games. By the way, from what I played with them, I did enjoy them. It was just more like you play a little bit, time, life kind of gets in the way, and then you end up forgetting about it for the longest time. That's pretty much it, really. But from what I've played of the games, yeah, they seem to be pretty cool experiences. Fallout One, the very first Fallout game, though, that's the last one that I played. As in, I played Fallout 4 first, and I played a little bit of Fallout was it Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas? I can't remember. It was one of them that I played anyway. But yeah, then Fallout 1, like the original Fallout 1, from like 1997 was released. That's the most recent one that I got. So this is in the last maybe few months where I played a little bit of it. And because I started with Fallout 4 as that first person shooter experience, and Fallout Vegas or Fallout 3, whichever one it was also a first person shooter. When I went back to Fallout 1, I realized it's not a first person at all. It's like a very different style of game. It's very much point and click. As you move around, and you have like a set number of moves you can make at a time, and you have to wait your turn, and it's turn based. There's a very, very different style of game to the later Fallouts, which I wasn't expecting. It was not a bad surprise, by the way, but just wasn't expecting it. Um, and But yeah, it's definitely. I guess it makes it a bit more tactical. And for me, I do feel like I'm probably going to need a guide for that game. I'm probably going to need like put some guide somewhere and just like use that as I'm playing through it at points. Um,
Oh, for Fallout 1?
yeah.
Okay.
Especially like um even getting a rope actually, because like the way you get the rope, like it tells you, because what happens is that it's games. In fact, the water chip reference they made in the series about that guy saying the water chip's broken. That's how Fallout 1 starts. The water chip is broken and you get sent out to go find one. You have to go to like another vault to find it. But when you get to that vault, like it's all blown up and damaged and whatever, and you need a rope to climb down. So you go to but the thing is, it doesn't tell you where to go. It just tells you that you need a rope. So you kind of have to kind of guess a little bit where to go. And you go to this town, Shady Sands, and even got going around this town. I'm like, so where's this rope? Where's this rope? Who's going to give me a rope? And you talk to different people, and nobody offers you a rope. So I thought like they kept talking about these monsters in a cave. So I thought, oh, maybe if I kill the monsters in the cave, they'll give me the rope. So I go to kill the monsters in the cave, and that took ages because you're like low power level. I go back and it's like nobody's still offering you a rope. They just give you like some elixir or whatever. And then it turns out to get a rope, one of the guys you speak to, you have to click on like the where it says to buy, sell, like the merchant option, and then you buy a rope from that guy. And it's like, okay,
Oh my God, you
you
poor
know,
thing.
yeah, it's like it would have been nice if I got some direction on where I'm supposed to be going, but the game doesn't seem to do that. And if it does, I'm clearly missing it. Um, but so yeah, I'm probably going to need a guide with that game. But anyway, Fallout series, yeah. So I like that they made some references to the games. At least the mini references to the games that I would have got. It was pretty cool. The show itself, though, what I really liked though is that they did, like I said before, like they did its own thing. Like it didn't be like, oh yeah, let's do the story this way because this is what happened. I like that they did its own thing for a few reasons. One, it means that they could be more creative with their approach to it. And also it just means that they're not tied down to any specific, things that happened in the games. Because sometimes people could be like, well, this didn't happen and that didn't happen. And it's like, it doesn't matter. They're doing their own thing. They've got new characters. It's a different vault or whatever, that kind of thing. So for me, I thought that was a good choice to be like, let's just set it in this universe, but tell our own story. And that's what they did. And I'm sure they make loads of references that I just wouldn't get, but I like that they fundamentally just made their own story. And what I was saying about certain events, I feel very believable. What specifically I was talking about is the whole kind of nuclear blast of it, and because they built all these vaults, and they were like, look, we need to make sure that this company is seen as being the saviors of America and viable and protecting our futures and all this kind of stuff. So if the bombs don't drop, then what's going to happen to us? We can drop the bombs ourselves, which is the big revelation of
Do,
Cooper's
do,
wife. You
do.
know, drop the bombs, and the way
Yeah,
she said it, like deadpan matter of fact, we dropped the bombs ourselves, and I can believe that sort of thing. Like that people would do that. Like there are people out there who
like
would
corporate greed would
cause,
drive
yeah,
it that much.
catastrophes because like they know the results of the catastrophes would benefit their companies tremendously. So that to me was like a very believable approach. It's a very diabolical approach, but it's very believable, especially when they're looking at saving themselves and was it cryogenically freeze themselves until like years
Yep.
later and that kind of thing, and make sure that the management of a Vault Tech are always in charge from Vault 31. Um, so you see these
And
guys
same
like
with the
200
other
years
vaults
later
too.
and
I think it
like that.
was it Vault 4?
Yeah, Vault
Like they were
4
in charge?
was the
Oh my God.
scientific vault where they just had all the
Yeah.
scientists doing experiments. Um, that was kind of
No,
a funny vote actually, like especially when you see them later, because like I guess the results of some of those experiments are some of the citizens in the in the vote now.
yeah.
Sort of
I,
generations
I
later.
I was
Um,
just like, oh my God, that video was just so graphic. I'm like, I can't. Oh God. Ah, there's just so many parts of that show that were just too graphic for me. So I had to pause. I'm like, I'll watch more later. And then I pushed through and I'm like, wow, this is so intense.
yeah, it can
Anyways,
get pretty tense at times. Um, but
yeah,
yeah, I liked the humor for the at least for me. I felt like the humor for the most part fit in with the show because it didn't feel forced in. Like it's kind of funny because that's their character, and you could kind of believe that their character is like when he talks about we're going to sentence you to death by sending you to the surface. And it's funny to us because like we understand that's where she's trying to get back to, but to them they're like being serious, like you got to die out there, so we give you 2 weeks supply. But it's believable as they think it's a punishment, and I feel like the humor kind of derives from that, from those kind of situations. So I
yeah,
like that they did things like that where it was funny when it needed to be, or humorous in parts where it needed to be, and it fits without feeling forced. But I say the thing I liked about it the most was the fact that they actually told a complete story in the 8 episodes. Um, because
agreed. Oh my God, right?
this is one of the biggest problems with like the short form TV of modern, because I get why series are now sort of 8 to 10 episodes now, 13 episodes now. I get it. There's so many options. There's so many streaming services. So many. I get it. You can't have 20+ episodes anymore. It's too long. People aren't going to sit through that many. But so many shows don't tell a complete story in their say 8 to 10 episodes. Like they tell maybe part of a story, or they leave too many things open, or you know what I mean, that kind of thing. This actually told a complete story in the 8 episodes and still left enough open for you to be intrigued for a season 2. They actually nailed that story arc over the 8 episodes. That's what I would say is my favorite thing about the show, just the fact that they actually told a complete story. You're like, okay, I've got a beginning, a middle, and an end, and then
Also,
later
they
on we can
can
continue
add
it.
to it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Later on, they
yeah,
can
yeah,
continue it.
yeah. It's not completely closed
Yeah, it
off,
was just
but
adding to you.
yeah, it's just a complete story, but you can still add to later on.
Hmm. Like it's just kind of curious on that point because it's like, okay, like we finished this story and now we know why her dad is so important, why this head guy is so important, and
Yeah,
where they were going with all of this. So there was just a few little loose ends where I'm just kind of like, okay, wait a second, I'm very curious about this, or like it's so minute compared to the whole thing. the whole storyline. But you know that one person that was supposed to go on a mission and then got like the razor in their foot.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah,
God.
yeah,
Oh
yeah.
God. That's so graphic for me.
Oof. Yeah, yeah.
Normally I can handle that, but I'm just like, now that I'm a mom, I'm like, I don't want that happening to me or my babies. Um, do you think
Don't join
that
the
person
Brotherhood.
did that to themselves? They did it to themselves, right?
Yeah, because that's that bit they never really closed up as to who actually did it. That's something
Right.
they did just leave completely open, and maybe we'll find out in a later season. But yeah, they really kind of open that story and then open that wound,
Oh
and
God,
never
don't
really
say it like
closed
that.
it. And it'd be interesting to know
Because
because
yeah, go
sorry.
on.
Yeah, I was saying, it'd be interesting to know who because, like, at first it seems like Maximus might have did it, but then it feels like he didn't. I mean, of course, we don't know if he's lying or not, which he could be, but so far it feels like he probably didn't do it. So the question is, well, if he didn't do it, did he do it to himself? Because I know he says he did it himself, but you know, he was. I think when he said to protect his friend, um, like, so did he actually do it to himself? Did somebody else do it? And if so, who and why? You know, so that's a
Yeah, I
pretty
totally
gruesome thing
don't
to do to
remember.
somebody, you know?
Yeah, I think that was her, right? Like it was a chick. I can't tell because her hair's buzzed, but I think it's
I
a
thought it
girl.
was a,
And like the
I
interesting
thought it was a
part
dude
is like,
actually. Aren't they all boys? I
is it
thought they
a
were all
dude
boys in the Brotherhood.
in the
Aren't
Brotherhood? No, you can have girls,
yeah,
I thought.
the Maximus's friend. Yeah,
Yeah, Maximus's friend. Okay, well, Maximus's
yeah, I thought it was
friend.
a dude. I'm sorry if I was.
Um,
I'm sorry.
I
I
think
thought they were
I
all
think they're
dudes. I
sweet
thought
on
like they were all
Maximus, and
dudes.
that's why they were there. On top of it, like if you're injured in the barracks and then you're sent to like the nurse and stuff to like recover, they don't steal your rations. So that's got to be like the best part of the Brotherhood. Like you're safe with them, they got the nights, and then you get free food and they take care of you. Like, why wouldn't you want to sabotage yourself so you don't have to go in the field to like serve a knight? Especially like Maximus's knight, Titus, who's actually a jerk. So
Oh yeah, that
it's
guy.
just kind
Oh,
of
did he
like
deserve
I'm
to
glad he
die
died.
though?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
He totally blamed everyone else. He didn't have
He
to
was
do
an
that. He
arsehole
could have
for
just got
sure.
on the drop. Like like the actor who did play him, great job. You totally made him into a believable jackass. So yeah, definitely don't like him. Sad, yeah, you died out, but you know, that's just the way it's like. And it was just like, I want to shoot something. I'm bored. It's like this weird like alpha male mentality, quote unquote, of like, I'm bored.
Mm.
I want to do something crazy. And then when something crazy happens, then you blame someone else. So,
Yeah, no, he was definitely an arsehole for sure. Like, no two ways about it. That guy was that's he, he was just not. Um, and I mean, the thing is though, like, I don't blame Maximus for doing what he did because I feel like a lot of times, a lot of people might do something, especially considering like wasteland world, the type of place they live in. I get it, but also I'm kind of
yeah.
like, wait, that's a horrible way to go. You know what I mean? Like, he was an asshole for sure, but if you're gonna kill someone off, like, do it quickly. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at least it's
Hmm.
that was such a hard. He let you know what I mean. He didn't kill him. He let him die like that. Oof. And that's kind of like
Yeah.
that's cruel. You know what I mean? Like, there's a level of cruelty you've got to sit because they don't show it in the show. But if you're in pain, dying like that, you're not going. It's not nice. You are suffering before the end. You know, so like in the bits that they don't show, I'm like, yo, this guy was suffering. And yes, he was an arsehole, but that, like just put a bullet in his head. So, you know what I mean? Like just get over it, done with.
I don't know, because that's a mercy, you know? Like if some people truly deserve it, would it really matter? You know, like would you if someone needed to have revenge put on them because they're such a terrible person, wouldn't you want them to suffer?
I mean, yeah. I mean, yes. But I guess if it depends on because we only see him really being an arsehole in those last moments before, Maximus lets him die. We don't know what it was like before that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I guess he was a bit of also the way he's like clean my crotch plate or whatever and that kind of thing. But he was never. I guess he's not a good guy just anyway. He's but an arrogant prick anyway. It's I guess that's likely, but we don't really know. And the time Maximus spent with him was what, a day or less.
Hmm.
So it's kind of like, okay, so this guy's been an arsehole for you for the time that you've met him. I get it. It's not nice to do. It's not nice. Something you shouldn't have to put up with that. If they have an HR, you can report him. But I'm guessing they don't have a HR.
Why would they have
so
an HR in a wasteland?
yeah, they probably
No.
don't. They probably don't. So I get it. And you got limited options. But
On top
I,
of that, they had like a power thing, like, oh, if you're a knight and you get a suit, oh my God, you're already like power hungry. You already have established power. Because remember when he was talking to the Pope like guy? I totally forgot his name. Um, he's like, he asked you a question. It's like, did you really need to intimidate the guy? He's already scared being in front of this head leader of the Brotherhood. Like, was that necessary?
which bit was
I
that?
don't know. Like the second episode before he became Maximus became Knight Titus's little stooge. I
Wire.
forgot what they call him. Squire. Thank you. You know,
Okay.
yeah, there's the knight that came in and told Titus that he had to answer, and it's like, I don't know if being in the Brotherhood would be really worth it, you know?
Mm.
Would you be in the Brotherhood or would you take your chances?
I mean, Maximus' position, he kind of guess he's been there since he was a child. Like, his family was killed and in an explosion, and the brother had found him. So I think it makes sense for him to be with them and where he is. I think just as Maximus finds out more about the Brotherhood, and especially as he kind of ventures out, and you see that he's kind of changing his opinion on, are these guys really the good guys? And I think so. I think that's where I feel like that's where I would be. Where if they found me as a kid like that, yeah, of course you're going to be, because you got nowhere else to go. But then, as you get older and as you see more, you learn more, and you hopefully start understanding things a bit differently. Start thinking about, wait a minute, this isn't the way. There's something wrong here. But then also, I don't know, like maybe I'll be one of the people who, because that's the only life everything else you just see as wrong. You know
Right.
what I mean? Even though it's not, even though even though you're on with the bad guy, so to speak, because that's the only life you might just see everything else as wrong and the Brotherhood as right. So maybe you'd be one of those guys that are like, nah, it doesn't matter, I'm going to stick with the Brotherhood and do their bidding regardless. Um, but hopefully not. Hopefully I'd have the sense of like someone like Maximus, and well, we'll see if he leaves or not. I mean, it might be a bit
Well, no,
difficult for
no,
him.
no. Like, he was trying to leave. That's the thing. So, like, his home chump, Maximus Chump, like, friend, like, he was totally like, oh, Maximus, Knight Maximus, he totally restored power to Shady Sands, oh,
Yeah,
hell, Maximus. But he told his friend he was going to go live in a vault. But his friend came and was like, did you do this? Oh my God, yeah, look how cool this guy is. He can't leave us, right? He's not leaving us, right?
yeah, because
You know,
they
like
thought they thought he
like
killed
he's
Moldova.
cock blocking his homeboy. But that's why I'm saying is Maximus's friend. Well, it doesn't really matter because like if he swings that way or if they swing that way for Maximus, now we
Well,
kind of
they're all
like
boys,
that's
so
what I'm asking.
you're all together. I mean, it's
But that's
like
the thing. You don't know
people
if
gonna
it's
have
a boy.
feelings.
Is it? Hold on. I'm gonna look that up now. I'm so
I'm trying to find.
curious.
I'm on the Wikipedia for the show, but I can't find the dude. I'm probably
Maximus
looking in the wrong place.
Fallout. Okay. Whoops. I guess I can't type. That's fine. Fallout TV character. Yes.
What was his name? I'm blanking on his name.
I'm looking for it. Brotherhood of Steel. I. Mm-hmm. Made him
I
outcast.
should probably look in
Dane.
the movie
It's
database.
Dane.
Dane.
Yeah. Dane. Dane. Fallout. Okay. So Dane is non-binary.
Okay.
meaning that we've been misgendering them this whole time. Sorry, Dane.
My bad.
So
But is the character
Dane,
non-binary or the actor non-binary
well, it says
or
on the
both?
Fallout Wiki that they're non-binary. So TV
Okay.
actor Zelia Mendez Jones, real life person. Let's just find their social media because we like to know. Yeah, it's a trans actor. So
Okay.
it's a guy.
Okay. All right. So he's
Mhm.
supposed. Wait. Okay. So he's supposed. The actors. Okay, I'm good. That
The
wait. The
actor
character
that plays
is
the
trans,
character
right?
is non-binary.
But the
Dane, the
character is
character in
non-binary.
Fallout, is non-binary, but the
Okay. So
actor is a trans man.
okay. 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 All right. Well, that'd be
Okay, but
interesting
that still
because,
means
like,
that Dane could still be interested in Maximus.
I mean, well, yeah, it could be. But I'm just thinking that because wasn't I'm sure they said something that Brotherhood is all boys. Or
Does it?
I don't know. I feel like I heard that, or maybe I'm
Well, when
maybe
I play Fallout, I'm a girl, so
misremembering
I can't
something.
tell you.
I mean, in
Okay.
the Brotherhood though, right? It's only
Can you be a woman in the Brotherhood of Steel? Let's find out. Many soldiers brought their families with them when the Brotherhood of Steel was formed. Yeah, you could be a woman.
you can be. Okay, so my bad. I
Mm-hmm.
must have heard wrong then. Okay. So
Yeah.
okay, cool. So they're not discriminated against like non-binary or anything. It's like you can
Nah.
join. Okay, cool, cool.
Yeah, you
That's
could be
fine.
a
That's fine.
woman and still be an elder, apparently.
Okay.
So
Okay. Okay.
it's
Okay.
totally a
I must have
thing.
misheard.
They're not called Sisters of Steel. It's still Brotherhood.
But yeah, I mean, I guess in either way, man, woman, or in between, you could still have a thing for Maximus. Like it's a possibility.
Oh yeah, everyone could have a thing for Maximus. Even some of the Vault people in 4. Was it Vault 4?
Yeah. I mean, Lucy clearly did. So
Oh my God. Okay, how funny was it? But she's like, "Do you want to have sex?" And he's
yeah,
like, "With my penis?"
yeah.
Yeah. I
It's all
don't
like,
really like that. It swells
yeah,
up and it pops
and
like
then
a
it pops.
pimple.
I mean,
I'm
not
pretty
me.
sure it's
But
supposed to do that. That's the goal. No, I definitely don't want that. That was one of the best like weird interactions.
but
So funny.
it's believable though, right? I mean, if you consider like you know him being with the Brotherhood practically his whole life, like his sort of the way he
Yeah, from
views
being a
people would
child.
be not it'd be different to like say how we would have that interaction, so
Hmm.
yeah, I mean that kind of thing it's funny, but it's also like yeah, that is very believable.
Yeah, I think that was pretty funny in the whole sense. I was just like, "Oh my Lord, what an exchange. Whoever made that scene, bravo, A plus, because I did not see that coming." Get it? She said it.
Yeah.
Oh.
But,
But there are some other instances in the show where I'm just like, wait, that doesn't seem normal to me. That seems out of character, or this is a little strange.
okay,
Like
what
one of the
parts were
okay,
those?
okay, let me ask you this. When your finger is getting cut off, how would you act?
I'd probably scream in pain, I'd imagine. I mean, especially if it's going through the bone as well. It's like that's I don't know if you ever like knock your toe or something, or knock your hand on the door frame or whatever, and that how much that hurts. If you or if your finger ever got like slammed in the door or something, and then how much that hurts, right? So I imagine something cutting through your bone is going to be extremely painful. Um,
Yeah, yeah, exactly, right? So explain to me why, when Lucy got her finger cut off, she was so calm and collected, like, "Ah, ah,
yeah,
ah,
yeah.
ah." And then it's like, okay, you just ripped off a band-aid. It wasn't more of like, I can't. That scene still resonates with me because I'm like, if I was that person getting my finger cut off, I'm not a ghoul. Like, I don't think it would hurt as bad if you're a ghoul, because that's what the ghoul is. But if I was Lucy, fresh vault little like inexperienced, naive little church girl, like, oh yeah, don't do that to what you do to others. And then he like rips her finger off, cuts her finger off. I think I'd be screaming my head off. Muscle, bone, nerves, blood vessels. That shit needs to be like everywhere. Unless you put a stem on. They didn't. So why weren't you screaming your head off? That
Was
no.
Was the finger cut off before or after she drank the radioactive water? I can't remember.
Before. No, no, no.
Before,
After,
okay.
after, after.
Was like okay? Because if it was after, I'm thinking maybe the radiation has something to do with it, like why she didn't scream as
No
much.
way, man. I don't think radiation acts that quickly so you don't feel pain. Are you
I mean,
insane?
no, but I mean, this is Fallout World. I don't know, because they got like ghouls and all that kind of stuff. Maybe and the ghouls, was it they become that way after too much exposure to radiation. So perhaps that's like some level of it. Drinking the water made
Yeah,
her
but I don't think I
more
don't
pain tolerant.
I don't
I
think
don't
she
know.
would have that much because like when she got okay, first episode, she gets choked and she gets sliced on her face and she gets stabbed in like her liver area. Like she gets stabbed by her husband, right? So it's like that looks believable because not only are you still fighting for your life, but it's shocking that the guy that you just had like, you consummated with, he's killing you now. I think that scene is more believable than her getting her finger cut off because it's like
I
you'll
mean,
have more
yeah.
adrenaline. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like it just doesn't have that same like urgency of like, oh my God, I gotta survive. And then yeah, I can run around in my bloody wedding dress. Oh, look, I have these neutralizer darts. So I could do that. And then try to survive. But like, oh yeah, this guy's a threat, but he cut my finger off. I had to stay with him. Like it doesn't compute well. Like granted the whole story is complete. It's pretty good, you know. But that scene right there really rubs me the wrong way.
Well, speaking of that, uh, speaking of rubbing, I'm sure some people were uh, rubbing themselves to the scene that kind of put me off.
Which
But
one?
so when she's in Vault 4 and they have the ceremony, like the surface dweller ceremony, and they're you know they're
Mhm.
like grazing Moldova and that whole thing, right? And
Mhm.
it kind of starts off all kind of tame and calm, and then all of a sudden everybody just takes their shirts off and start throwing blood on their tits. And that for me was just kind of like you didn't have to do that.
I know
You didn't
gratuitous
have to do that.
nudity is
Like
not necessary. Like why? Why did you
you
make these
know,
poor extras get naked? Is that
it
necessary?
was I was
Like the
like
shock value was not necessary.
and I
Like I think
guess
the bigger shock value could have been like not that.
yeah, like I mean I guess part of it is that it's supposed to be awkward. I think in fairness, it's probably a scene that's supposed to be awkward. But at the same time, it
Mhm.
was just it also kind of felt like you didn't need to do that. Like
I
you could have found they could find other, and it's literally like the only scene like that in the whole series, so it stands out so much. And it's like
I
you could have found other ways.
I think what they could have
I like
done
tits as much as
more,
anybody, but come on.
I didn't. I think what they could have done more is push the more science experiment. Like if they had disrobed more and then we saw a little bit more monster parts on more people. Or like radiation, like, oh, look, this person has an extra tiny hand because of the radiation from above, because we saved them from above. Like, I think if they really push like the weirdness that has happened within the vault and from the radiation outside of the vault, I think that would have been much better than just, oh, look, here are these healthy looking people, semi-looking healthy people, and now they're topless. Like, ta-da, pew.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I just think that's stupid. That it's gratuitous and it's just yeah, it is awkward. But it's like, really? Mm, no, I'm good. It's okay. Like I think it would have been neat if they did better on that scene. But it's making us talk, so
Yeah,
that's the
we
point.
talking. Yeah, they got us.
Oh,
They
we
got us
talking
talking,
about naked people. Oh yeah.
talking it out. The extras. I do extras work sometimes actually. From time to time, I'm with an extras agency, so every now and then I get like an email asking me if I'm available for something, right?
Aw, that's so
And
fun.
it
I
is
miss
pretty
that
cool.
stuff.
It is pretty cool. I
I
haven't
do
done it
miss
for a
it.
while, because they a lot of them tend to be like really long shoot days or
Hmm.
lots of days or weeks, and I'm like, I don't want to do 1 or 2 days, cool, but yeah, when it's like 5, 6, 7,
Yeah,
but
you just use for blocking and XYZ.
yeah,
They just need to fill out the bodies. I'm sorry, if I'm not a supporting minor character or any kind of feature, don't put me in. That's where
exactly,
I'm at.
pretty much.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I'm
every
not
now and
saying that
then,
I'm the best actor, but like if you want my face, it better be paid like a good amount of
well,
money.
yeah, you probably won't see your face with extras work. You'd be lucky if you're a blurry elbow in the background somewhere when it comes down to it.
Oh no, some of the
Yeah,
extras work that I've been in, and they're like, you could tell it's definitely me.
yeah. I mean, I've
Like,
done some where I'm
yeah.
clear on screen, but yeah, for the most part, it's like if you're in it at all, you're somewhere when
Oh yeah, your third row bloody nose section. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
right.
Blurred, blurred.
But yeah,
Yeah.
every now and then though, like I get an email for with the agency, and it will say something like, "Yeah, checking availability for a shoot. Are you comfortable with nudity?" And stuff like that. So like, they do ask. They do ask. So it's not like, well, assuming it's the same in America or wherever it is, for that was shot. I'd imagine
Hmm.
it's the same sort of thing that they do let them know. They don't just turn up on set and be like, "Surprise, you get naked today." Um,
Oh no, no, no,
but
no, no. Like you
yeah,
have to be comfortable. I have a story about that.
okay.
So, yeah, it is very much you need to be comfortable in what you are applying for. Because I used to be on a few different casting websites and like roll call, like agencies, casting agencies. And one of them was like, okay, we need people to fill out this college underwear run. So it's supposed to be a college driven charity where you donate clothes for the homeless. And then as campus students, you're supposed to run around the campus in your underwear. There was a extra who was just like, I'm not comfortable running around in my underwear. And earlier, another extra and I were just like, oh yeah, what are we gonna do? Run around in our underwear? Oh well, at least we're getting paid for this. Like, what are they gonna tell me? Oh, we need you to run naked. And then we just started joking, bantering, like, oh, you need us in this movie. You should keep us, and blah 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 blah. And we were just making like funny light banter. And then fast forward to my earlier comment. This other extra is like, I'm not ready to run in my underwear. I didn't know we had to do that. I'm just not comfortable. Like, I didn't know we were getting down to that much. Like, oh my gosh, we're basically naked. And then the producer and director were yelling, like arguing with her. And then she started saying some of the fake lines that the other extra and I were talking about, like, oh, you need us in your film. So make sure
Mm.
you pay us, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, okay, well, you're fired. Get off the set. She's like, no, 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 I need this for my rent money, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, he's like, okay, well, here's $50. Get out of my face. She's like, no, I need the full amount. He's like, well, then you better work. And so I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe like a joke that me and like the other person that I met that day was taken for real because someone didn't want to do the job that they had signed up for. Like, are you kidding
Okay.
me? It's not like we were naked because the girls that were the main in the movie, they were running around naked that day. And there's multiple scenes in that movie that they were naked. And I was just like, oh my God, are you kidding me? That's so unfortunate. So,
But when
yeah.
you applied for the role, or when they told you about the role before you even showed up on set, I mean, didn't they tell you that they want you have to be comfortable being in your underwear, and or was that not said beforehand, or
No, absolutely. It's part of the job description. So it's in the job title.
oh,
So it
it
would be
wasn't okay?
like,
So she would have known then.
yeah,
She would
yeah.
have known.
Yeah, she
Okay.
knew. I just don't understand why she was trying to make a big deal out of it. Because it's like, okay, why did you take the job to begin with? Okay, you need to pay your rent. Okay, you're not okay with getting that naked. And it's just like, no, it said underwear run. What do you think you're gonna do? Wear a corset in like bloomers? No, they're like modern day underwear. So it's just like, some people were running in thongs, some people were wearing like boxer shorts and a bra. Like, it's just like, what did you bring that day? And then the wardrobe got to decide, like, okay, wear this and this. Like, it has to be believable as a college student. And she was kind of like not okay with it. She was trying to wear like a teddy. Well, not a teddy, but like a nightgown kind of thing. So it was like hospital nightgown, really full covering. And they're like, no, no, we're not doing that. Like, you need to be in bra and panty.
Yeah. I respect that she doesn't want to do it, but at the same time, it's like if you read Well, you should have read the description before you turn up on set, and then you don't apply for it. But they're saying, look, we need
Yeah.
you in your underwear, or we need you in whatever. If you're already like, nah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, just don't apply for those ones
Yeah,
instead.
or like there was this other instance. Like I was going to try to help my friend with his like vampire kind of short film that he was putting together, which I'm like, okay, I'm into it. Let's go. I didn't get the role that I wanted. He's like, yeah, but we need people for extras and in a vampire's den, I just wanted like some people to be like naked and kissing on the bed. I'm like, oh, no, mm-mm. And like he was upfront with it, and that's why I turned down that because it's not like, okay, I'm gonna show up and then it's like, okay, I want you kissing that girl over there. It's like, no, that wasn't what was agreed upon. Even then, like just doing a short film, just being naked for someone else, like it could get weird very quickly. So if I have to be like skimpily dressed to like naked, I want it to be an actual production company as opposed to like, oh, this is my backyard kind of thing. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
I would rather it be more professional than, oh, look at me and my Sony little camera. Bleep, bleep, bloop. I rented
yeah.
this.
There is a
Nah,
lot of creeps out there, and I'm not suggesting
agreed.
your friend's one of them because I wouldn't know. Maybe yes, maybe not. I don't know. But there are definitely a lot of creeps out there, like in the photography world, the movie world, and like, yeah, like you say, like people would be like, "Oh yeah, I'm making a movie, and it's got this scene in it," and there's so many people who are
Oh,
trying to get into the movies and trying to become like an actor and actress and this that and third,
mm-hmm.
that a lot of people would be willing to do it if they think that, okay, if, it's something they can put on their CV, something they can add to their reel, and things like
Yeah,
that, where they'd be willing to just like, all right, cool, I got to get naked and I just got to do that, and it'll give you the exposure that I need or the experience that I need. And I mean, look, people could do what they want to do. I ain't saying that, but it's like, yeah, be aware that there are a lot of creeps and a lot of people will film you
oh,
in your underwear or
agreed.
film you naked and have next to
Like it's
no
not.
intention of putting it out anyway. It's for
Yeah,
their
and it's
private
not
collection.
even just women. It's on against men too.
Oh
Because
yeah, yeah,
like
for sure.
it's so huge on the gay community where they're like, "Oh yeah, I know this person and I have connections with this person. So if you stay with me for a bit, like we could work it in." And it's like, "No, you have no power in the casting process. Why are you talking about that?" And it's just like, "Yeah, you just got played, sucker." Like, what are you gonna do? And then like there was just like this other time, like it was a legit company, but I knew like this guy was my friend's like friend. So I trusted him a little bit, but he was also like, "Oh yeah, like I'm trying to get this thing started for the steampunk show XYZ." And it wasn't really taking off. They had so many plans, started pouring in money. What are you looking for? Okay. No, here. I'm just cleaning up. But he was like, "Oh yeah, I really want to take this off. Steampunk is really big." This was back in like 2013, 2014, something random. And I was still slightly new to LA. And he's just like, "Oh yeah, I have this perfect character for you. It's like a minor character, but she gets murdered, blah blah blah. She's kind of like living in a brothel. She's seeing the general, and then she gets murdered. But we really need to test your skills, and you need to be able to do a sex scene with me. So we should practice that." I'm like, "Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, I'm
Nope.
okay.
Nope. Nope.
Thank you for the special role. That's great. But I'm not that dumb. I am not that desperate for your sad little steampunk show. Like, cool, great. Thank you. Thank you for putting your intentions very clear."
Hmm.
And then I went back to my friend to be like, "Hey, yo, you need to set some. Your friend's not a good person." He's like, "Oh man, did you go see him without me?" I'm like, "Oh well, yeah. He put a casting call out, and so I went to go talk to him." He's like, "Yeah, I should have been there because I knew he could have done like he would tell you that, and I would have shut him down." I'm like, "Oh well, at least my home slice was like knew that he's a sleaze bag and would be like, no, don't do that.
Yeah,
Like,
not for
we're not
nothing,
doing
but I
that."
mean, if he knew it was like that, why would he even recommend him in the first place? Though, like,
Oh, he didn't. Like, he was telling me, and then it just turned out that the casting call was
oh,
him.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, okay,
Either
fair enough,
way,
fair enough.
I don't think it went anywhere, and I'm just like, oh well, who cares? It's a thing. But yeah, anyone who is dreaming about acting or anything, it is very dangerous. It is a difficult world to break into. Once you're in it, it's still difficult to maintain it because, like, there are ex-Disney stars that don't get jobs after being on Disney. Look at what happened with Hayden Christensen with Star Wars. I don't really think he had many movies after that. I think Jumper was the one after. Was
Yeah,
it
he
Jumper?
did
Looper?
Jumper. It was Jumper. It was Jumper. That
Yeah.
film's.
And I think that was it because I haven't seen him acting since, you know. So it's
Hey,
like
you know what?
it's not all just nice things.
Hayden Christensen. Let's see. I'm just looking up his movie database
Oh,
thing real quick. But no, he's done some movies. He's kept busy. I guess after Star
it's
Wars, a lot of his movies were, I
more indie.
assume anyway, because I've not seen these, but I assume there were maybe smaller roles. But yeah, he's
Yeah.
kind of kept busy still, so he's done pretty okay. He's done okay.
But good for him. Like we don't see him in blockbusters, like headlining.
Yeah,
Same with
well,
Dane DeHaan. Like I don't know if he's done anything, but that's a
who?
different movie. Like what
Dane
is
DeHaan.
like Dane DeHaan was the space guy Valerian in the Thousand Planets or something, which that was supposed to be a really good sci-fi flick, and then it just wasn't. Again, another sci-fi guy, and I'm just like,
I don't think
okay,
I've seen it.
what? You haven't
All
seen
right,
that one?
for the
It's
Thousand Nights.
interesting for sure. Got Cara Delevingne.
What again? The Thousand Nights.
No, I think A Thousand Planets.
On A Thousand
Valerian.
Planets.
Yeah, let me double check.
Oh yeah, I see it. Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets. Okay,
Yeah, that
2017 movie.
one.
Yeah, I'm not even sure I've even heard of this movie. But
Oh,
directed by Luc
really?
Besson. Okay,
I really wanted to see it because
DeHaan.
it gave me like these really
Rihanna's in
cool
it.
like cowboy. Yeah,
Okay, cool. Maybe I'll check it out.
she plays like this crazy little space gooey monster. It's cute though.
Right. Maybe I'll add that to my watch list. If I could check it out.
You can put that in the
Uh,
very low priority
I mean, I didn't
because
even
it's
know it
based off of
existed.
a comic book series that I didn't even know about, and I'm like disappointed because I imagine that the comic book series does wonders and brings you to such fantastic ideas and places, and then this doesn't really do a good job. It's by the guy who made Fifth Element, by the way.
Yeah, Luke. I'm just looking at it now. Actually, I think I have heard of this movie. Now that I'm looking at the poster, it does actually look familiar. I think I have actually heard of it,
Mm,
but yeah, not seen it though. Not seen it. But okay, Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets by Luc Besson. All
ye-
right, all right, cool, cool, or maybe not so cool. Um, but yeah, all right, cool. So anyway, back to a Fallout. Um, where we fall into crappy movies on that I haven't seen. Um, but yeah, so that was a bit for me that I felt was a bit off. Most of the show, though, I would say was pretty on point. Um, and another thing I liked though about the show was that by the time you get to the end of it, you kind of at least for me anyway, getting to the end of it, realizing that the overarching theme or the way that all these characters connect, like you mentioned the three different storylines, but it all connected through family. So you have Lucy, who her mother died when she was a kid. She's raised by her father, and her father gets taken away. She's a brother, and so she's trying to save her family. Then you have Maximus, whose family was killed in the Daily Sands was, and he's been
mhm,
with the Brotherhood ever since, who's been kind of like a family to him, but ultimately he's still kind of in search of that family. Like he's still, and they even mention that as well, that he's always looking for a family. But then with Cooper, um, you find out, but he had a family before the whole thing started. He had a wife, he had a daughter. But then by the time you get to the end of it, you find the reason why he's doing what he's doing is because he's in search of them. Like he's still looking for where he is. Where's
yeah,
my family?
right.
Is where he asks Hank. So the connecting theme between Hank, Maximus, and Lucy, being the sort of main characters of the story as they all kind of verge and discover family. So I thought that was really cool. That was the connecting theme.
Yeah, I didn't really realize until episode 8 when Cooper stayed alive this whole time. Because it's like, why are you a ghoul? Why are you doing all these things? Like, is it just fun for you? Are you taking revenge? Like, do you just want to play cowboy this hard because you acted as a cowboy, which was really meta, if you ask me. I like when shows get meta. Um, but it's just kind of like when we got to see more and more of his family life and how his wife was like, oh, Vault Tech this, Vault Tech that, XYZ, XYZ. And then Moldova was like, oh, yeah, you should listen into your wife and then you'll know what's really going on.
Yeah,
And it's just like, no dogs allowed in the vaults and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, wait, that doesn't, okay. And
that's the
it's
bit that
just
did it. No
interesting
dogs
stuff.
allowed.
It's like, well, who decides that? And she's like, fault text decides. And he's like, but why do they get to decide? And that was the interesting part too about his story is that he's like it's lawless after the bombs fall because there is no government protecting us. So that was interesting when his friend became a governing person. Um, but yeah, it's like he was still looking for his family. Who knows if his family's alive? But it seems like they're alive because of the vaults and because he got divorced. So, what are your theories on where his family is?
I mean, at the very least, I think his wife is still alive. Whether his daughter's alive or not, I guess that's that she could be maybe, but I think at the very least his wife's still alive because she was management, and they shown that they, cryogenically froze, or at least they froze in some way.
Some of them
The
got
management.
cryogenically
Um,
frozen.
so I think she's likely to be amongst those. Maybe not in that specific vault, but I think she's amongst the people who were kept on ice. Whether their
Hmm.
daughter was or not, whether something happened, because we don't really know how he became a ghoul. We when they introduce him as a ghoul, he's dug up, out the ground. So we don't know how he became a ghoul. We don't know how he got in there. He got buried into the ground, and we don't know why
Yeah,
he was being
like if that
kept
was a
on
hit
those.
or something.
Yeah, like he was being kept on it with those packages that were just like juicing him up while he was in the ground to keep him, I guess, alive as a ghoul. Um, but so how did that happen, and who put those there? Because you'd think if somebody put you in the ground, they don't want you alive no more. But apparently, somebody put him in the ground and still wanted him alive, um, as a ghoul. So he's just kind of there until he gets dug up. So yeah, we don't know how that happened. That's still a mystery. Was that his wife? Was that something completely unrelated? You have to wait and see. But yeah, my theory would be that at the very least, I think his wife is alive, and it's just whether or not his daughter is alive, and whether or not his daughter is maybe possibly say older now, if she is alive, maybe was in adult years before she got put on ice, or maybe was allowed to grow up before you know
Being put on
she
ice
put
too,
on ice or
or
something
if
like that,
she died,
or
you know.
yeah, or maybe she was just put on ice and still a child, and if so, how much does she know about what her mother's into? If she's a child, she may not know much or even understand anything at all. If she's an adult, then is she in agreement with her mother? Is she in agreement with her father? Or is she in agreement with none of them? These are all things they could explore. But yeah, I think that's part of the intrigue of it as well. That like there's so many areas they can kind of delve into now as to what happens with the family if he even finds them. But what I thought was kind of interesting, not really interesting, but just kind of like something that I noticed, and from the character Cooper Howard, Walton Goggins plays him, right. Walton Goggins back in the day was in a TV show called Shield, The Shield, right, where he plays a cop, a crooked cop. Um, and there's a scene or one episode where he gets attacked by a dog and he ends up shooting the dog, right? Killing the
Oh,
dog.
that's sad.
Um, and then so when I'm watching this, and the scene where he shoots the dog, um,
Hmm.
I was kind of like, man, how many times is Walton Goggins going to kill a dog? How many
Oh,
times are we going
don't
to see
say
Walton Goggins kill a
that.
dog?
That
That's what I was thinking.
hurts.
Turns out he didn't kill a
Dogs
doggy
don't
this time
deserve
round.
that.
He didn't kill a dog this time round. Well, he kind of no, he didn't kill it. He brought it back to life, or did he? No, no, no. He didn't kill the dog, but it was injured. It was injured, and he gave it the what's it call it? The
The
stim
bull
pack.
serum,
Um,
Stimpack, yeah.
and yeah, gave him the stim pack, and it brought it back to full health. But it turns out he's kind of a dog lover in the show, you know.
Yeah.
So he went from being a crooked dog killer to a dog lover. So that's something.
Oh my God.
It's,
Okay, speaking of that, the doctor, when they said he needed a foot, how how crazy was it when they added his foot on? I was like, oh, oh,
oh, that
oh,
big
I'm gonna
metal
pass
thing. Yeah,
out.
yeah. That was
Yeah,
pretty
like
mad.
it shredded his foot, like his nub first, and then
Yeah,
like it attached on. I would,
yeah,
oh man, just end me. Just
yeah. And it
I
didn't
would
even do it properly
cauterize
because he was
that
still
and then put
bleeding.
it on.
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
still
right?
bleeding, and he was just kind of like was just there, like bleeding out with his finger, his legs. Like, yeah, you're clearly not a real doctor. Like, what was
Yeah. It's like, thank you for being a wasteland doctor. You're doing a terrible job at it.
real?
I'm
Mind
just
you,
kind of like, oh no. Oh, do you hear my son in the background?
I do, but it's all good. Well, it's all
Okay.
good with me if it's all good with
I
you.
no, it's all good. It's my husband playing with him. It's really cute. But yeah, that scene can okay, if we had that as an alternative to what the healthcare we have now, would you take it if someone ran over your foot?
I mean, I'd rather the healthcare we have now. I mean, the healthcare that we have now isn't great. I mean, well, it's not perfect. Let me say that it's not perfect, and it definitely has its issues. A lot of those issues down to being grossly underfunded, um, and grossly just kind of picked apart by the governments that we've had over the years. And we'll see if this new government does any better. I won't hold my breath, but anyway, we'll see. But yeah, we have a NHS over in the UK, free healthcare, and yeah, it's like I say, it's not perfect. It's got its issues, but I'd rather have that than
Then metal
than
grinding
somebody just
foot
like
eater.
grinding a metal thing on your leg without doing any kind
Ah,
of like, no anesthetic or nothing. You know what I mean? Just like just
just
stick this on and just
yeah,
yeah.
they
I
just
think we're at
went
least doing
straight
better than
into
that.
that. It was just so scary. I can't like I gave birth to two humans. Seeing that on the TV show, like I'm like, there's so much pain I can deal with. But that looks unbearable. You know what I would have done if that was me? If my leg got blown off, I would ask them to cut off the rest of it, and then I would cauterize it because then the flesh
Yeah,
would be melted, you know, and
nice.
then try to put on a boot or something.
I've seen
Because
enough
then at least I
episodes
wouldn't
of
be
The
bleeding.
Walking Dead to know that.
Oh, I'm just a genius because I watched Saw, and that's what they did. They used it in Saw.
Yeah, I mean, you
I
learn stuff from watching movies, right? You cauterize the wound so it
look,
doesn't
if
bleed
I need to
out.
survive, I know how.
And movies taught you
So
well.
I hope
Well,
so.
some movies and shows teach you well. Other shows maybe not so much. Like yeah, so
Yes.
definitely with Fallout, they did not handle that. But then to be fair, I guess they're not doctors, and doctors are probably like a very
Dead.
rare thing in the wasteland. Kind of like a
Not
zombie
in Vault
apocalypse. Doctors
4.
are rare. Well, not in Vault 4, but yeah, they had other issues there.
I thought it was really crazy that the hospital was converted into a vault, you know?
Okay,
Like
yeah.
that alone is crazy to me because I would not have expected that.
I mean,
My son does
yeah.
not want to go to bed.
I think the
But
only thing that
anyways.
kind of like thought was a bit odd is that it seemed a bit too easy to get in. Even I mean, they clearly even got in by accident. So you kind of have to wonder they can't be the first people to just fall in by accident. And granted, the vote seems to be very welcoming, so maybe they don't mind that so much. But you'd think they'd want at least some security, you know, so you don't have like the wrong types of people coming in by accident. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I totally get that. But I think that's also with like how they have that decontamination room. that they have.
Oh
So
yes,
like
yeah.
at
No,
first
fair,
they
fair,
they wake
fair.
up in a stretcher, right? And then she's like, "Oh, look at where we are. We're in a vault." And Lucy wearing a vault suit automatically like changed that. So like if it was Moldova and her vault people, I don't think it would be the same because they seem hostile from the get-go. Well, I guess not because everyone attended the wedding and then started raiding, so it's a little hard to say.
Yeah, they. Uh, you know what though? I mean, the plan that they had was to, and this is another thing they might want to explain in the following season as well. The original plan was that Lucy was supposed to marry somebody from Vault 32, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we found out later that Vault 32 died long before the raiders got there, before Moldova and her crew got there, right?
Right.
They had whatever going on and they ended up killing themselves or whatever. So
Mm-hmm.
one thing is like, okay, so were they communicating with Moldova or were they communicating with somebody from Vault 32? If they were communicating with Moldova, like, I guess Moldova would know about the rituals because maybe the mum would have told her, but then the mum was a ghoul, and how much could she? Well, I guess we don't know how much of a ghoul she was before she turned into the ghoul that we saw. Maybe she was a talking ghoul before, and then became a worse ghoul later on because she couldn't get the ghoul
The
juice or whatever.
meds.
So,
Yeah,
but yeah,
because when we saw her, she was chained up and she was
yeah,
pretty old and crippled. So there's that. We don't understand where Moldova was based first because she actually she had to have been cryogenically frozen and then met Rose, right?
yeah.
Lucy's mom, because that's how they got into that vault. So I think I don't know how it would have happened, but Rose had to have unfrozen Moldova and then given her the Pip-Boy to get into Vault 32. And then the way that the breeding thing works is every 3 years. So I believe that they could have had that cycle. We don't know exactly how long it took for Vault 32 to fall, but they were already decomposed. You know what I mean? Like they didn't have a lot of flesh. They were like skeletons, and that takes a long time. So I can't imagine the smell on that either. That's gotta suck
They
ass.
cleaned up quick though, because remember when Norm and was it Chet? Is it Chet?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they
I
went
think
into
so.
the vault and they looked around and they saw the dead bodies and everything else, and then the next day everything was gone clean. It's like raw. They moved quick.
Yeah, but that's because Vault 31 has robots operating it. They could easily have the robots go down the vault t tunnel and then go in, clean it, and then come back, so no one knew. On
I
top
mean,
of
I
that,
could,
I would love one of those house moving robots that would like cook, clean, and thing. I would want one of those.
I could believe that for sure. But also it's kind of like, vote for it to, whatever happened to them happened a long while ago. Like, how did nobody else know about it? Like, you'd think they'd have regular communications between the votes, even if they're not necessarily going in between because they have the
Oh,
doors locked, but they would have regular communication, you'd think, right?
no, so that's different. That would only be because of the headmaster, like Hank, right? He was the overseer, right? He's
Yeah.
the only one that can speak between vaults because that is the job that he is given. Other people are given mundane tasks like, okay, fix shoes. Okay, check the water levels. Okay, check this. Like, no one except the overseer would have communications with the next vault. That being said, there's a committee that would be like, okay, you're fit to be the next breeder with the vault person, like XYZ. And that's where Lucy B was like, I'm gonna submit myself to the committee.
Yeah.
But overall, it's the overseer's job to continue communications, which is very strange because Hank should have known about Moldova. Like, that doesn't make any sense that he let her come in? No, no, no. She went under a fake name. Never mind.
Yeah. So like
So,
he would have been communicating with Vault 32, right?
right.
So there must have, I mean, if there's So I mean, I get how Moldova gets in because she would have had Rose's Pit Boy. So we understand that's how they got in. But before they
Hmm.
got in, they'd already died, right? So what I'm thinking is that okay, so wasn't Hank in communication prior to this with Vault 32 with their overseer? Um, and if so, there's that. Was he not saying that okay, something's going wrong here? There's a problem, or they're just like
Oh,
pretending everything's all okay until, or maybe the Raiders got in, um, and they were communicating with the Raiders, thinking it was the overseer of Vault
that's
32.
what I'm thinking.
Is that a
Because,
possibility? But then the Raiders must
yeah,
have been hanging out there for I presumably a long time, amongst those dead bodies, just waiting to be let in. So I don't
I
know.
believe
Like
that.
it's just yeah,
It's a little
there's a
unknown
few things to
variables, but they did.
yeah. I mean, I guess there's a few explanations we can think of, but at the same time, I do feel like yeah, they should probably address that at some point. Like what exactly happened?
Right, because it's like what happened was Vault 32 found out that they're just being used as dummies to follow Vault 31's ideas, and that's why it was like, um, if things look glum, vote 31, right? That means just follow the crowd of 31. Of like, okay, he wants to have the world be governed by like the people in charge at Vault-Tec. So
Yes. Yeah.
they're basically
Like
trying to make
Buzz
human
or
sheep,
something.
and now these people didn't create like their own kind of like smart ways or like independence. So that's why they like mutinied. So they killed the overseer. But the question is, I guess the question that I would like to ask is more, did they did the raiders tell them that they're being sheep? And then they pulled up the overseer's things, and then did they start killing each other? Because it's possible that the raiders did break in, held them hostage, told them the truth, and then everyone just went berserk, and that's how they died. And then the raiders just stayed there.
That
Because they had crops, but the raiders aren't educated on knowing how to raise crops.
that could be, but then one of the raiders did say that whatever happened to invoke, he said something like, "I don't know what was going to invoke 31, but it was anything but innocent." Just in that they were doing something long before they even got there. Now, of course, he could be lying, right? But from what they showed, it does seem that he probably wasn't. That whatever happened was before the raiders got there, before
Hmm.
Moldova and her crew got there. You know, so like yeah, what caused that revolt, and
Hmm.
why didn't, Hank know about it? Because you'd think the overseers at the very least would be like, oh, hey, this something's going on, you know. But
No,
apparently not.
I think at that point, once 32 has established its own vault, only 31 would know. Because remember what happened with Lucy's brother. It's like, oh, this is this. And it's like, oh, are you compromised? Yes. Come back to Vault 31. And
Okay,
so,
yeah.
yeah, so if that was a thing, I think the overseer of 32 would have tried to get in touch with 31 to exit, but they killed him. And then he didn't get to open the gate. And then wasn't it that they tried to open Vault 32? They went to the door and there was like people clawing their ways to try to get out, but they did.
I don't remember that specifically, but maybe, yeah.
I think so, but so there's that. That's my another thing to go off of.
Okay, but if they went back to 31, then wouldn't 31 then let Hank know? Because if the overseer of 32 went to 31, then they'd be like, yo, we need to let Hank know so that they need to do something to prepare a new overseer for 32.
Right, I think so, but I don't think 32 reports to 33 like that. I think they only have they have communications, but I don't think it would be like, hey, we got a problem, just because I don't think they would want the logs to be found by anyone else. You know what I mean? So like they wouldn't want any of their citizens to find out like the true bad shit, you know? Kind of like number
Yeah,
4.
yeah.
Oh, look at me give birth to all these little things that will eat me. That's scary.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, but yeah, it's one of these things where it's like, I guess I don't know how many seasons they're planning. I mean, hopefully it's not one of these things that just go on forever and never ends, and it just overstays its welcome like some shows,
No.
tend to do. But if they're
Yeah.
planning, let's say 4 or 5 seasons, hopefully some of these things
Gamer.
can kind of get revealed as they go along, But yeah, yeah,
I mean, at that point though, if we get to another season, it would need to be like addressed quickly or somewhat. I guess not quickly, because we still have people of importance still in Vault 33 and such like that. Because Lucy's brother is still in Vault 31, which
yeah.
still connects to 32 and 33. So I think they could still explore that topic. It doesn't have to be all about the top side. But did you know that Lucy's brother used to star in Hannah Montana?
I did not know that. Hannah Montana was a Disney show, right, with
Exactly.
um
Yeah.
Miley Cyrus.
Yes, it is the Miley Cyrus show. That's where
Is
she
that the
got
one,
her
Miley
start.
Cyrus?
Uh-huh.
So let's see, Moises Arias.
I, yeah. He was like the tiki barkeep's son. And I've seen some like I said, some Disney actors just don't make it, but I'm like, good for you. Look at you still acting.
And he's done quite a lot actually. I'm looking at his credits now.
Mm-hmm.
He's kept pretty busy actually. Where
Yeah.
was Hannah Montana? Oh, Hannah Montana's 2006 to 2011, and he was in
Yeah.
76 episodes of Hannah Montana as Rico Suave. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, he did 76 episodes between 2006 and 2011. Even before that, he was doing some stuff. He was been acting since 2005. He was in Everybody Hates Chris. Um,
Oh wow.
in 2005. So that was his first credit. His first professional credit. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then let's see, has he done anything that I've seen? Well, I've seen Everybody Hates Chris. Well, some episodes of it. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did watch a few episodes of that. I'm just trying to think if he's done anything that I've seen. Um,
Oh, they didn't fall out now.
see, I did watch a couple of episodes of Hannah Montana. I ain't gonna lie, I did watch it. Not enough to say that I watched it. Um,
Mm.
he was in. Oh, he's in Despicable Me too, but I've not seen that. I
Who's this character in Despicable Me 2?
plays Antonio Perez. Um, not in Despicable Me one though. I've seen Despicable Me one. I liked that movie, but I
I
never
think
did
he
get to
might
see it.
be, I think that might be like El Macho. No. Let me look that up. That character's gonna bother me because I like the Despicable series. I haven't watched the latest movie.
Antonio
I
Perez.
missed it.
Perez.
Let's see.
Got it wrong. I'm sorry. Perez.
That's
When there's an accent
Descendants.
on the E, you were supposed to emphasize the E. That's Perez. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name. But no, he's
Oh
not
my
been in
God.
anything that I've seen actually, apart from Fallout. Like he's been in stuff that I'm aware of, but he's not been anything that I've seen. That's a shame. I mean, it's
Huh.
not a shame. It
That's
is what it is.
unfortunate.
But yeah, he's done a lot of stuff. And he's directed some stuff as well. He directed that Jaden Smith's Bat. Oh, he did quite a few Jaden Smith videos actually. He's
Mm-hmm.
directed one, two, three, four, five, six, seven Jaden Smith videos. But
Oh.
he's kept busy. He's kept busy, and he's got some production credits as well.
Oh,
There's
that's exciting.
Last Beat, On Us, and Brothers in Arms. So yeah, he's done all right for himself, I think.
Oh, El Macho's
Moises
son.
Aries, big up
Okay.
Moises Aries.
Yeah. He's El Macho's son, so he falls in love with Margot.
Oh wait, we talking about Despicable
And
Me, or it's about
yeah, sorry. Yeah, Despicable Me too.
okay.
But
Yeah,
that's exciting. Oh, my baby.
yeah. That's the thing, about actors sometimes. You was talking a moment ago about how, not everybody makes it, which is true. But then sometimes it's like actors could be doing loads of stuff, but just you just haven't seen them. Like they could be doing a TV show there that you haven't watched, or a movie there that you haven't watched, or even maybe not even heard of. But they're doing really well. They're just stuff that you haven't seen, and it could be like that sometimes as well. So like this guy's done loads of stuff, but yeah, I haven't really seen anything he's done apart from Fallout. But
Yeah,
it's what it is.
agreed.
I mean, it's part of the way it is now because, like you said before, there's just so many shows now. There's so many streaming platforms, so many. And it's great for actors, I think, because it means there's so much more opportunity for actors and movie filmmakers and TV show producers and artists. It's more work for artists. But then the downside is that yeah, there's so much out there you don't get to see it all. Like back in the day, everybody watched Friends, right?
Hmm.
Everybody watched
I,
Friends.
I didn't watch Friends actually, so.
Okay, we're gonna have to end this podcast right now. I'm sorry. Like that's the end of the podcast.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Let's see what else you haven't watched. Let's try that again.
um, but yeah, it's like they were just you had your shows and because you only had like a few networks and a few channels that so everybody's mostly just watching all the same things. Now there's so much choice, which is great, but the downside is everybody's watching different things. So like back in the
Oh
day
my
when you
God, right?
might go to school or whatever, you go to work and you'd be like, "Did you watch Friends yesterday?" Or "Did you watch this yesterday?" It's like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah." Now it's
Did you
like, "Oh,
watch
did you
General
watch?"
Hospital?
Yeah, yeah, right. You'd be like, "Yeah," and everybody's because it's episodic and you have an episode every week. Everybody's watching everything at pretty much the same time. Now the other thing is like, not only are you watching different things, oftentimes shows are released. I know some do it weekly, but oftentimes they just put it all at once. So people are
No,
like watching
no.
different
Arcane
things.
is weekly. Oh my God, no,
Arcane
I
is
can't.
weekly, yeah. Arcane is weekly.
N-
Arcane? Okay.
I hate that.
Arcane is
Why
weekly.
did you?
Fallout was weekly,
Yeah,
I think, as well.
it
Um,
was.
but a lot of times they just put it all at once, and it's like so people are like watch 5 episodes, another person's watching only watch that first one, so you're watching the same thing, but you're in different places, so you have to be careful, but you can't talk, So it's great that there's a lot more choice, but it also sucks there's a lot more choice. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Um,
exactly. It's the buffet syndrome. Like you have so much to choose from, so what do you go for first? You know?
right,
And
and
then if you don't go for it, it's going to expire and then it's gone. Kind of like, Netflix takes things off of it because it loses
oh
its
yeah,
streaming
yeah,
license for it. And then it
yeah,
goes
yeah,
on to its like parent one. So it's like you can't watch the Sonic movies anymore because it's on Paramount Plus because they own the rights. But they sold the rights a little bit to Netflix. So if you don't have Paramount Plus, you have to watch it on like you can watch it on Netflix for a short period. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. So like certain shows like that. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I think Netflix started doing their own originals. They could just
Content.
have their
Yeah.
stuff and not bother, which makes sense. To be fair, it actually makes sense to do that, to have stuff that you don't have to worry about licensing. Um, but then yeah, it sucks when they do have something and it's like, yeah, you got 30 days to watch it. Okay, but I'm glad. I appreciate you giving me the warning, but at the same time, it's like, bro, I don't know if I'm gonna get time to watch in the next 30 days. Like, I might need 2 more months to watch this. So I've got things to do. I've got to go here. I've got to go do this. Got to look at that. It's like I 30. I appreciate the warning, but come on, can you give me 3 months? Can you give me three
Also,
months?
on top of that, like, remember when they first started, Marvel, like Netflix had the rights to Luke Cage,
Yeah, yeah.
Jessica Jones, and Daredevil, and then they lost those rights, and those were Netflix originals, and now they're not. They're on Disney Plus. So it's just kind of like, well, you can't even trust some of the Netflix originals either, because, at what point are they going to remove that?
I mean, to be honest, I
Because,
think that one was more a product of Disney deciding to go their own route of doing their own streaming service. And once they did that, it was kind of like the writings on the wall, because like, especially when you just kept hearing about these shows getting cancelled, and you hear conflicting stories about why they're being cancelled, especially Daredevil, which was seen to be doing really well and it just got cancelled. And it's just kind of weird and this whole kind of thing that's going on. And then eventually, of course, they do show up on Disney Plus, and it's kind of okay. Disney clearly just took their rights back,
mhm.
or whatever licensing agreement they had between Netflix being allowed to make these shows somehow gets revoked, and of course, Disney have the overall rights to Marvel characters anyway. So it's like, yeah, they just it was kind of a thing. But I mean, it's good that they're available to watch somewhere. You know, it's good that
Hmm.
they're able to watch somewhere, but it kind of sucks for Netflix that kind of happened. But hey,
Hey, I mean, I think that was going to be a problem anyways because it was an eventuality. Like that's the evolution of the streaming service. Because even look at Amazon, like you can buy videos and such on Amazon, but it's not Amazon's original content. And they're definitely going to keep their original stuff like Invincible, The
oh
Boys.
yeah, yeah.
Uh, yeah.
Yeah, the stuff that you buy though, like you don't just keep the access to that regardless of web, because some stuff they have on Prime and then it's not on Prime anymore, and but then
Oh
you
yeah.
can buy it, and then but if you buy it, it's just it's just in your library, which is kind of cool. I mean, I know that the only thing about buying stuff is that I don't like to I don't want to spend too much money because some of them are really expensive, like £14, £15, or that kind of price, or even more sometimes. And I don't like to spend too much money on buying digital movies because, like, you the thing is, like, I mean, I know it's kind of an unlikely scenario, but the reality is that if Amazon ever closes down, that's your whole thing gone. You know, it's just, and I get it. It's unlikely Amazon are closing down. Certainly not anytime soon. They're doing pretty well, but it is that thing. Like, how much money can you invest in buying these digital movies, and then on the chance something like that happens, and then it's like that's your whole library gone. So I do buy stuff from Amazon. I do have bought some. I've probably got a decent sized library at this point, but I try to only buy stuff that are like £8 or less, and even then, it's like £8 is like the maximum I go to if I really really want it, you know. But other than that, it's like if I see it for like £2 or £3 or something like that, then yeah, I might get those. But yeah, other than that, I feel like you could end up spending a lot of money on these digital movies, and then if if they decide, or even if they don't even close down, if they just do something like Google just be like sometimes, yeah, we're just not doing the service no more, and it's all gone. Like how many times have Google just killed off one of their services just because they
Oh
felt
my
like it?
God.
You know what I mean?
Oh my,
Like
yeah,
so,
don't even. That scares me. That's why
right?
I love like physical media. Like that
So
was
like
a thing with PlayStation Store closing or something. Like some kind of video game store closed down and everyone lost all their content. Same with Funimation. Like you were gonna lose like your anime that you bought to be able to stream. So
mm,
yeah, it's just like you really can't trust a streaming service in buying that content, like especially if it shuts down. Like what if they lose their servers and then you lose your
yeah.
information kind of thing. Privacy laws affecting that stuff. So it's just like, no, just buy it. Just buy the physical thing. Who cares if you need extra clutter in your house? At this point, if you own it physically, they cannot take it away.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think in most aspects, physical media definitely beats digital media. But the one aspect where digital media beats physical media, convenience, and convenience sometimes is king. You know what I mean? And that's the
Yeah.
thing. Like you can't beat the convenience. The fact that I can be on my phone in wherever and be like, yeah, I just want to watch this movie now, and I can do that. I don't have to worry about if I'm remembering to take the disc with me and find. What is? I can just get up on my phone and just start watching a TV show, or I don't have to worry about being here, being there. I could watch my phone, watch my piece, I could watch my. You know what I mean? The convenience of it is king. And that's the thing about it. Like I feel like that's where a lot of these things come down to. It's not that it's better, it's just that it's far more convenient. And I think when you look at how people's lives are, there's so much to do, so much to watch, so much to get through. You're trying to fit so many things into your life. Sometimes that convenience is going to be what wins out. The fact that it's just so much more convenient to buy it or to get it as a digital download than to get it as a physical copy. But yeah, I mean, I 100% agree that physical media is better. It is in pretty much most ways you can measure any kind of metric better, except when it comes to convenience. But that convenience carries a lot of weight. It really does.
Yeah. I just think I just think it's just important to always have like the physical things. And like, yeah, sure, convenience is important too, but it's just like how annoying was it to have to go through like a CD tower to have all your things? And then you can look back and be like, yeah, I own a lot. And then maybe you don't
Oh
need to
yeah,
buy more.
oh yeah, no, for sure. I mean, even just like having full collection of like DVDs or whatever is a cool thing to look at, right? Having a
Hmm.
shelf in your house. Like you go to somebody's house, they've got like a shelf of their DVDs, their CDs, things like that they've had over the years, and it's a cool thing to look at. It's not the same as booting up a computer and looking on their Amazon page of it's not what I mean. It's like whatever. No,
It's
it's not the
definitely
same
not as
thing. It's
fun.
not. Or even
Yeah,
like
it
back
really
in the
isn't.
day when you used to go to the shop. Like one of my favorite things I used to do back in the day was go to H&V in Oxford Street,
I have
and
no clue what that is.
H&V was like the. I'm definitely showing my age right now, but H&V was like actually the H&V are still around. They're just not as big as they used to be. But
Oh,
yeah, they used to have
well,
this.
I mean, I'm from America, not UK, so that's a little different from our stores.
Yeah,
Like
I
if
mean,
I say
there's
Suncoast, that's something.
yeah. I guess the equivalent of like the big multi-chain music store, video store where you'd buy your CDs and things like that, movies from.
Oh,
That's what HMV was. They sold DVDs, CDs. I mean, basically HMV started out, I believe they actually started off as record producers, but anyway, HMV was a back in the 90s was a place where you'd go to buy music or things of that nature, games as well. And they were massive on the high streets in the UK. Like just about every high street was a HMV, and I had a massive store on Oxford Street, which is one of the main shopping districts in London. Massive, massive shopping in Oxford Street. And one of my favorite things back in the day was to go there and look through the martial arts DVD and just like comb through them, like looking for like the cheap stuff. Because they had some really cheap martial arts DVDs, and I buy a
dude,
bunch of stuff that I've
old
never
school
even
martial
heard
art
of.
DVDs
Oh
are
yeah,
the
for sure,
shit.
for sure.
Oh my God,
Like
like what was it? It was like the Crane and the Tiger. It was like the one that Kung Pao based its movie off of. So good, so
yeah,
crazy, love
and
it.
it
There's
was it
like
was
this
a
other one with the centipede. Oh my God, like we could do a whole podcast on just like old kung fu movies. And if you
oh,
guys
you
are
know what?
interested in that, leave your favorite kung fu movie of ancient relic times, whether it be starring Jackie Chan or not, in a comment down below.
You know what? We might have to do that kung fu podcast. Actually, we actually did a kung fu podcast a little while ago with
Sweet Bundy?
no I'm sorry, dude. I'm blanking on your name. But we
Well, it
actually
wasn't
did one a
me.
while ago. No, it was I had a guest that came. He's a taekwondo instructor.
Oh, that's
But
so
he's like big
funny.
into like martial arts movies and
That's
I'm
funny
sorry, dude.
because
I'm sorry, dude.
my family used to run a taekwondo school. I'm the first female black belt in my family.
Oh, nice. So
Yeah, my
you could
grandmother
legit
did
whoop some
it.
ass then.
I really don't want to hurt people, but if I need to, I can.
Well, if you have to, I mean,
Yeah,
you don't. Sometimes it's not about what you want to do; it's about what you have to do.
yeah, and sometimes the answer is just to walk away. A true master
Exactly,
knows when to fight and when not to.
exactly.
Anyways, so
Harry
yeah,
Delabrie,
your
by the way,
friend,
that's his
we could
name.
have a
Harry
total martial
Delabrie.
arts podcast. That'd be cool. That's if
But
you're
yeah.
interested in it.
Oh
If
yeah,
you
no,
all
I'm
are
definitely
interested in it,
interested.
leave a like on this video.
I'm definitely interested. But
Okay.
but yeah, what was I say? Yeah, so yeah, it was just a cool thing to do to go there and just like comb through like the DVDs and just buy stuff and go home. And it is just not the same doing that on digital. Like I say, the convenience is king, but it's not the same experience. And it's it is ultimately in terms of looking through Amazon for a movie versus looking through say HMV for a movie. Yeah, the experience of doing it in a HMV or any kind of like store like that, a physical media store, it's far better. Like it's just
You
something you
know
can
what
make a
else
day
too?
of. You get some money, just put some money together, go into town and just make a day of it. But just don't worry.
You know what
Those
else
kind of things
too?
don't worry about the conveniences. Oh, sorry, my bad. Cut you off.
Something
Didn't mean
else
to.
too about the convenience. Like, not to cut you off. I feel so bad. I've like interrupted a lot, but
No, no, no,
not to
that's all
cut
good.
you off. Like, you say convenience, but what happens when you have no Wi-Fi or no access to internet? You
Well,
can't
yeah,
access your movies
that's
versus
true.
if you have physical, then you can always
That's true.
access it. You don't have to worry about buffering, don't need to worry about
That's
dropped
true.
connection or, oh, we can't access this title now. So yeah, 1,000% I
Yeah.
am team physical copy or
Yeah,
bust.
no, that's true. That's true. Like them days where for whatever reason your internet provider decides to start acting funny, and you just can't connect for whatever reason, and it's like well, I'm paying for this service, and this is what you do to me. Like, come on. Um, but yeah, no, that is true. That is true for for them times, and just like yeah, you don't need a Wi-Fi
So
connection to watch a DVD.
yeah, I don't know if you know this, but with the Nintendo Switch, if you have a downloaded game, if you are trying to play it without an internet connection, you are not allowed to play that game because you cannot verify that you are the user for it. So you cannot play a game if you've downloaded it.
That sucks.
Yeah, that happened to me. I was on a flight and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna start playing Breath of the Wild. I think it was a Zelda game. I'm just naming Breath of the Wild. And I was like, okay, this is gonna be so much fun. I'm gonna play this game, blue, 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 blue. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, I can't play the game I bought. This really sucks. This sucks. So I didn't get to play at all the entire flight. I'm like, that's 2 hours that I could have been just, I don't know, looking for Koroks, and I couldn't. So I was very disappointed. I'm like, well, lesson learned. Like, only buy physical copies unless we are not leaving the house. Even then, like, physical copy games, like, I just kind of like hard to get some days. So,
I
like,
mean, yeah, I
not
do think
every
that.
retailer will carry it, you know?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I think probably less and less now. Actually, like I think like it does. I mean, I guess I'm not in the loop as much as I used to be, but it does feel like digital media isn't necessarily really taken over. I mean, you can still buy new stuff on physical, so they and you know that does still happen, but at the same time, it does feel like it's going more and more and more digital.
Hmm.
But you know, yeah, I do feel
Yeah,
like as much
it's
as much
definitely
as
different.
much as the internet is a great thing, I do think sometimes companies rely too much on it. Like this whole thing about having to have an internet connection to verify your purchase every single time. I was like, bro, come on, it's been like 2 days or so. I don't have to. You know what I mean? It's like you can
It's
let me
like, do you
play a
really
game
want
with
me to
no
own
internet
this game?
connection. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like
exactly.
that whole thing is like it's so unnecessary. Like what difference? I mean, what are you really losing by letting somebody play a game because that they can't just because they can't verify? Once they've downloaded it, they've got it. If Clay must have had an internet connection to verify the purchase at that point, so if they don't have an internet connection after that, if they're on a plane or somewhere with just like under a tunnel or whatever, and like yeah, you can't play a game because you can't verify. He's like you've bought it. Like what are you being done for? It was connected 20
Oh
minutes
yeah.
ago, and now you're gonna tell me I can't play it because I'm in the tunnel. Like flipping out.
Oh my
But
God.
yeah,
On top of that, like, can you imagine, like, you buy a game to play it, and then it's a game you don't like you don't even like it, and then you've wasted the time to download it, and then it's just like, I don't like it. And then, there are games where it's like you buy it, and then it's like day one patch already. And
oh
it's
yeah,
just
yeah,
like
yeah,
because the
yeah,
game
yeah,
is
yeah,
too
yeah.
big, and then most games are just like 1,000 billion terabytes, and it's still too big. And it's like,
Mm.
okay, what's the point of having this when I should have just bought the cartridge? I would be so happy
We
if we went back to multi-cartridge systems because of how big our games are. And it's just like, again, with hard copies, like when you get the collector's edition, you get this, 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 this. But back in the day when you got like PS1 games or SNES games, you got a cute little box and then you got the pamphlet with like the command codes, like the menu selection, like the credits, maybe some little artwork in there. And it was like a little experience. We don't get that experience anymore. And it's a little disappointing because it was so fun to see like the back of the game, like the little
mm,
description of, oh, fight your way through the feet, like through the streets in Street Fighter 2 World Championship. And it's just like you saw like little snippets, and it's like, yeah, you could still get that, but majority of the games don't come with pamphlets anymore. Pamphlets,
yeah,
excuse
no,
me.
no, for sure, and that's the thing that you miss on the on the downloads as well. You just don't get that. Yeah, that you don't get that. You know that. I mean, you get art, I guess, in the on the thumbnail of the page or whatever, but you don't get the pamphlets. You don't get that whole thing about looking through the manual. I remember when we had Street Fighter back in the day, and at the back of the manual, it had like lines where you can write down your like your results of who beat who. So, and keep a record
Oh my
of who
God,
beat who,
right?
and that was like a cool thing we're doing at the time. Um,
Or like there were some manuals like on the SNES, there was Krusty's like Mice Adventure or Special Adventure. It was so funny. Um, there was a back section where it says notes, and my uncle knew every single like password because he just did. I don't know why, but he knew and he wrote down all of it. And like we accessed all of the levels for this little Krusty Simpsons game. And I'm just like, dude, that would be really nice to have like a little notebook that goes inside your like game cartridge and like
mm,
box, your case. So if you have your own little notebook that goes with the case that's part of the manual, dude, that's really nice. We don't get that anymore. We have to use our own paper. We have to buy more paper. We have to use our
yeah.
phone. And like if you don't have power on your phone, then you got to go charge your phone. You know what I'm saying? Like the convenience level sometimes is not where it used to be.
No, that's true. That's true. As it's gotten convenient in some areas, it's gotten less convenient in others. I think that's very true. Yeah. Now that I'm
Hmm.
thinking about it, oh yeah, that's true. More convenient in some areas, maybe less convenient in others. So, all right.
So there's a big question that's been the whale in the room.
Okay.
Are you ready for it? I've
All
been
right.
wanting to ask this for a while.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Remember a few podcasts ago, I was saying that I would love to live forever, which is like in the Fallout universe,
Okay.
you
Yeah.
can as a ghoul. I
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
personally would like to live at a certain point to be a ghoul. I'm okay with that. I don't mind going feral eventually. So, Bandit, would you become a ghoul to live forever? Ish, like a longer extended life period.
I mean, I guess like the way you become ghouls can vary in this world, right? And I suppose like if I'm given a choice, I don't think I would choose to become a ghoul. Like if it happened
So,
where like yeah, so if it
like
happened where like, with like the that Thaddeus
the jerk
thing where
face. Yeah, Thaddeus.
he didn't know, he just thought he was being held and he didn't realize it. If it was like that,
Yeah,
then it'd be a case of okay, I'll just try and live my life as best I can. But if somebody says to me, "Look, take this and you become," I think
like
I'd follow.
willingly.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
think I want to
yeah,
do it
this
with.
question is, would you willingly become a ghoul?
No, I don't think I would because like you have to see the way they live. They're like they have to find those like those what's the word?
Drugs.
Yeah, those
It's called
aspirin
Radaway.
right right away
Yeah,
or that thing
Radaway will
yeah
get rid of the
that inhaler.
radiation if you have, yeah. So if you have more radiation, you need Radaway. And if you don't, you become a ghoul. So you
Yeah,
need to
because
take,
the radiation that turns them into
yeah,
exposed that prolonged exposed to radiation turn. Or at least that's one of
yes.
the ways. I mean, the other guy drank something and turned him into a ghoul. I guess that had a high level of radiation. The thing that he
Right.
um
I mean, there's like, differences with it. He probably drank bath salts. We don't know, but he did it.
but yeah, there's at least a couple of ways that we know of. But yeah,
Yes,
I
and
don't.
within the Amazon Prime series of Fallout. You know,
But if
we're
you
not
become a
drinking
ghoul
tons of
though,
water. Hmm?
if you became a ghoul, I mean, you'd have to like make sure you've got like a ton of that stuff because it seems like their skin starts falling off or starts decaying, their nose falls off after a while. Like yeah, you can maybe live forever, but you might not be living pretty unless you can get a whole load of that stuff. And make sure you've got like like just
I'd put a mask on.
supplies.
I'd wear a veil. You know,
If you
I'd be okay. I think I would have that mysterious thing. Yeah, okay, my nose fell off. Okay, just put a veil on. It's fine. COVID-19. Put a mask on. That's fine. I'm still pretty.
you'd be like oh, who's that that Mortal Kombat character?
Melina and
Millennia?
Katana.
Melina. Yeah.
No, Melina.
Melina.
Yeah, I do
So
both.
you'd be
Yeah,
like,
it's okay.
put
They
the
both
put
wear
a mask
masks.
on, and
Yeah,
then
I
you
love
meet
them.
somebody be like, how about a kiss? And you'd be like, okay, and you take the mask off, and like your whole mouth is just gone.
I'm
You're
okay
like,
with
oh,
that. Yeah, I'm like if it was possible for me to be a ghoul and retain my sanity, kind of like Cooper, yeah, absolutely, easily, 100%. Because like if we look at what happened to Thaddeus, he got shot in the neck, and he's like, oh, something stings, and it's like, oh yeah, there's an arrow. Yeah, let's just do that, and it's like, why am I not dead? That would make me feel very comfortable, knowing that it would take a lot to kill me. I've already given birth twice. I don't need more
would you
kids. So, yeah, we're good.
would you want to be a ghoul in a post-apocalyptic world, or would you rather be a ghoul? Would you want to be a ghoul in a, say, like, normal world, like this world?
Like where we are now.
Yeah,
Oh no,
like in
post-apocalyptic. I would not want to do it. Like if I was at a point where I'm just like, okay, I think I'm gonna die soon, I might as well turn myself into a ghoul that prolongs my life. I think I'd do that.
what about things?
Cause
Because this is
like,
what this. So the biggest reason why I wouldn't want to do it is like I feel like there's a point where you just get bored. Like you don't want to make friends anymore. Like all your family's gone. You just kind of roaming the earth. And yeah, you can do cool stuff and you can travel and you can, whatever and do this and the other. But you're really just like going through the motions on a day to day basis. And there's no real, like, I can feel like, because one of the like cool things about life, even though it could feel annoying at the time, is the sense of urgency. The fact that time is limited. So you have this sense of urgency of, okay, I want to do as much as I can while I can. But if you know that time is not limited, or certainly in terms of
well,
like
yeah.
natural causes, you can still get killed. Um, but generally, as long as you can avoid getting shot in the head or whatever, you've got all the time you can do for anything. Then it becomes less urgent and less of a desire. Like it's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So I feel like I don't know. You just kind of going through the motions on a day to day basis. And
No, absolutely not. Do you know how much clothes I want to make? Do you know how many things I need to make? No, I need more time. Like, okay, one of my really random projects that I just thought of like this week was like, okay, so I have very long hair, but what if I was able to use my hair shedding to knit it into a scarf? How long do you think I would need to get enough hair that's falling out naturally? And I mean not ripping my hair out. Just like, okay, I'm in the shower. Here's some hair that's going down the drain anyways, or hopefully not down the drain. But I can get it and throw it away. Instead of throwing it away, what if I try to make it into a scarf? What would that look like? And that's the thing that would take a lot of time.
all right, but if you're a ghoul, would your hair grow back after it falls out? Take a shower, or was it just like once?
Well, see,
I
that's
mean,
the thing we don't know.
because you might be that your hair falls out like strand by strand, and eventually you're just bald. Which, by the way,
Hmm.
cool look. I ain't looking a bald look. I'm just saying, like,
You are
it could be
bald
that.
though.
Yeah, the bald looks cool.
Oh,
I
okay.
like the bald
That's
look.
what you said. Okay. Okay.
I ain't knocking it.
I was
I
like,
like the
you're
bald
not
look.
knocking it. I was like, what?
I'm just
Okay.
saying, like, and bald chicks,
I
by the
wish
way,
I
is
had the
really cool.
strength to be bald.
I think
Um,
bald
so
chicks is underrated. People make fun of bald chicks, but I feel like bald chicks are so underrated. Like bald chicks, oh, I
yeah,
take a
I've
bald
wanted to
chick all
try
day, every
it.
day.
Like, no lie. Like, I just love my hair way too much. I love having long hair,
But
but
yeah,
I
so
don't.
if your hair falls out and then you won't have long hair anymore, we just have like strands, like it'd be like bits of hair,
Oh,
and
like the
bald and
Crypt Keeper?
patches and patchy baldnesses, and it could be like that.
Nah, I'd rip the rest of it out. That's annoying.
Wear a wig.
I
You don't
would.
have to. You
I'd wear a
don't
wig.
have to.
I'd wear. That's if I could find one. I'll probably have to scalp someone. If
Mm.
it's Fallout. Someone be dead
Oh yeah.
anyways.
I don't know, man. It's like that's the other thing about these shows where they have characters like, say, Cooper, who been alive for a long time and presumably you good, by the way. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't know why, but I'm just like starting to cough. So not sure. Yeah, let me grab some water.
All right, cool.
But
While you do that,
anyways, yeah,
I'll uh, I'll entertain the
no,
chat.
it'll be quick. No, I'm
uh,
fine. I can still chat, not a problem.
um,
But
but yeah,
yeah,
when they have shows like this where they have characters like Cooper been alive a long time and presumably many of those years were spent in a box, buried in the ground. It's kind of like he comes out and like you said, like he seems to be pretty okay mentally. And I kind of feel like, would he though? Like, would he really be like? This is like 219 years later. He
hmm
doesn't know where his family is. He's been alive for a long time. He spent some time in a box. Like, it's seeing people come and go, seeing the world tear itself apart, seeing like maybe if he's made any friends, they're not around anymore, and all this sorts of stuff, and all the death he's seen, and all the people and everything that he's seen. Would you still be just mentally okay? Like I feel like at this point, 219 years, you got to be jaded in some way. You've got to have that. I feel like at that point, there's some kind of like you're not okay. Like there's some, and it's fine. I'm saying like you wouldn't be right. Like you're not coming out of that box and be like you're back to just your normal self, or maybe not normal self, but like you're not okay. Like there's something about you where your behavior's off, your depression set in a long time ago. You know what I mean? Like there's and he just kind of felt like he just maybe took a nap for a day or two and come out now. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
so
I mean,
I feel like
I feel like you would lose your sanity after a long time, you
yeah,
know? I just but with Cooper, because he's so driven to see his family, I don't think he has that mental problem. Also, we don't know how long he was in the ground.
true.
So
But we do know it's
that's another thing.
219
So
years
like
later. So
exactly.
even if like
And
say
at
he
that
wasn't
time
in the
he was
ground
like
very
what,
long, it's still a long
40?
time.
Like when the bombs dropped, he had to be around 40, right? He was not a young looking man. He had a
Yeah,
kid.
he well, I don't know if to say his age, but yeah, probably 40, 50, like that, give or take.
Right, the character Cooper, not the actor. Just
Oh yeah.
clarifying. Yeah,
Going by how he
so
looks.
there's that. But yeah, so I mean, I think Cooper being Cooper and having like this quest, I think that's okay. I think being a ghoul looking like that, trying to know where your wife and family is just to be reunited, isn't that romantic though? That's
It
romantic.
is. It is. I mean, it's kind of like Dracula a little bit.
A Castlevania Dracula, mind you.
Well, I'm talking about Bram Stoker's Dracula. Like Bram Stoker, like basically
Okay,
became a
that's fair.
vampire so that he could, one day see his beloved
Mia,
again. Like so.
yes,
When she's reborn or something. That's what I was thinking of.
reincarnated. Woohoo!
But I mean, you're clearly kind of a psycho already if you trying to do that. Like if you're like, oh, I want to see the next incarnation of my dead wife, so let me become a vampire. You're already a
What?
psycho. You know what I
No,
mean?
no, 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 no,
You're
no,
already
no,
a
no,
psycho.
no, you're not. Because what if she was taken wrongfully from you?
I mean,
You
I
know,
get that you
that's
want to see
not
your wife
fair.
again,
You
but
can't
like
say that.
you're willing to be like, yeah, I'm gonna become a vampire so that I can wait till she's reincarnated. Yeah, pure, there's always something wrong. Like,
And then on top of that, let's see. What is it? Oh yeah, the vampire notes. You can't like vampires and then say you hate mosquitoes because
okay,
mosquitoes drink
yeah,
your blood. So
true,
they are
true.
living day vampires. Same with ticks and same with bed bugs.
Mosquitoes generally don't kill you afterwards.
Malaria.
They're, I mean, you can't. Well, fair enough. Actually, can you die from it? And can you?
Yes, you can look
I mean,
that up. You can die from malaria. Not immediately
I've.
afterwards, but yeah, you can die from malaria.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so maybe they do kill you.
Okay.
even it's got
Okay.
malaria.
It's
I
not
think
it's
I
not
think you know
immediately
what it
like
is though. I think like
vampire death,
because
but
malaria is such an uncommon thing in the UK. I'm not thinking about it like that. Which I guess that's you know people talk about privilege. That's the thing that we just don't really think about malaria like that. But there's parts of the world where malaria is a real issue. You know? But yeah, and government that is a thing.
yeah, yes. I'm glad we have educated you today
I appreciate it. I
and the
appreciate
rest of you all. Yeah, no, it's like, yeah. So anyone who's like, "Oh, I love vampires. Hey, mosquitoes." Double standard there. You gotta like mosquitoes too, because they are living vampires. Yeah, I don't know why that came up.
You like vampires, right? And
I
say so.
enjoy the fictional foretelling of vampires being human, not the bugs.
Right, right.
Yeah, see, I
Uh,
clarified.
so
Double standard.
with okay, what in terms of like living forever, then what would you prefer, a ghoul, being a ghoul, or being a vampire?
Vampire, easy.
Okay, why vampire? Or is it?
One.
I mean, you're probably not going to lose your nose, vampire, I suppose.
I don't
But
want to lose my nose. I think it's a kind of okay nose. It's not bad. It's no bird beak. It's not some textbook flipping toucan thing. It's not huge. I like keeping my hair. You know, I already want like the goth lifestyle anyways, since I live in Denmark where it's rainy all the time. Like it's gray all the time. And then in winter, like we don't get any sun, so I don't have to worry about being fried. I'll be all right.
and you're okay with drinking people's blood to survive?
That's if they're consenting. I would ask.
Okay, so I mean, I think that works in the beginning, but there's a point where it's like you're gonna get desperate, right? Because I mean, if you're a
With what?
vampire, you know, there's a point where it's like you haven't had blood for a while. It's like, are you really gonna ask everybody?
Mm, no.
There's
I don't think I need to ask everybody, but if I have someone that's loyal and that I can just be like, hey, can I have a little bit? Because, like, we don't know how much a fictional vampire needs. They just always just like sink their teeth in and then they just scream and then they have blood all over their face. It's like, is that like a cup? Is that like a pint? What did you do? And then, like, what was it? What was it? There's this vampire movie where he's like, "Oh, we have artificial blood, blah blah blah, synthetic blood, blah blah blah." I think that was Hotel Transylvania because they actually do have that, but they actually eat other foods, so it's okay.
yeah,
Again, it just
they
depends on
can
which
eat foods, I
vampire
think,
you
but
are.
they need the blood to survive.
And then, like in Adventure Time, Marceline's a vampire. I forget why. But she drinks the color red. It doesn't necessarily mean blood. So, if that's like odd, it is, but that's how she eats. So it's like if I could just eat a color, that'd be hilariously fun. Today
Okay,
I'm gonna eat
so
paint
it's like
chips.
lollipops. Well, strawberries are red, so I guess that's a lot of
Yeah,
strawberries. You like
strawberries,
strawberries?
tomatoes, cherries, apples, watermelon.
Hmm.
Look
Yeah,
at that. hmm
good selection.
It doesn't. Yeah,
Good
see,
selection.
that's healthy. I'm not hurting people, and you know what? Peppers sometimes too. And the crazy part about that is like tomato plants, they yield a lot. Like we had like, what is it, three or four really good tomato plants, and they yielded so much. We had so much leftover tomatoes that they rotted because we couldn't use them. I was like so shocked. I'm like, okay, maybe we don't need four plants this time. But yeah, if I was a vampire, I would like to eat the color red. I would make sure that if I needed to eat it from a human, I would be consensual about it. And then I would like to have them be like a partner for a long time. Would I want to
There's a
turn anyone? No.
there's a point where okay, you got somebody, but that person's gonna die eventually, right? And then you have to find another person, and then have to
Yeah.
find another person, and eventually
Uh-huh.
it's like you could be like 1,000 years old, feeding off like a 20-year-old or something like that, you know.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
there's a point where it's like, I mean, at what? when does it become just awkward? You know what I mean? When does it just become awkward?
I think when I don't look good is when it becomes awkward. Oh my God.
Well,
Okay, so what was that?
you're a
There's this
vampire. You're gonna
movie
keep
with
the same
Nicolas
look for a
Cage and
thousand years.
no, 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 no. Okay, okay, okay. Wait. There's a great example of this. It becomes awkward, like the newer-ish movie. It's Renfield. Did you watch that with Nicolas Cage and Nicholas
I've
Hoult and
not seen
Aquafina?
that. No.
Oh my God. It is one of the best like vampire movies I've seen in a hot minute because Nicholas Hoult is vampire's little stooge. Like I'm saying that a lot. His lackey. And it's just so funny. Nicolas Cage it plays a perfect vampire. And he's just like, I just wanted like, I don't know, a few cheerleaders, a nun, maybe a barkeep, maybe a hot woman. Is that so much to ask? And irony enough, all of those things come into a bar, and he doesn't get one, and so he gets so mad at Renfield. But it's a really good like movie. I highly recommend.
All right.
But yeah, it would get awkward. I think we can revisit that topic when we get there. But if it happens, it happens. We'll just be like, look, I can do stuff for you. Not a lot. Just can I have a little bit of blood? Is that right? Is that okay?
Also, just
It's
things
okay.
like if you're alive for a thousand years, like the experiences that you would have within that time, like there's nobody you can really relate to. You know what I
But
mean?
do I
Like,
care for
I
that?
mean, maybe other vampires, sure, but you want to hang around with other vampires? You can't suck their
Maybe.
blood, like.
I, I think it just depends on, I think it really just depends on who they be. Like, can I tolerate them? Is it someone that I can't tolerate because of their like prejudices or like their beliefs and values? Like,
Yeah,
or are
there's
they,
that.
you know,
You
it's
know,
like, okay, I met the other
and even
vampire in the world.
and
I'm
even
good.
if they're and even if they're let's say they're decent people, just the fact that you're around them like all the time for hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, you need breaks. Like, because if you think about the best friends that you have, you don't see your best friends all the time. And that's part of what makes a relationship healthy. But if like you're around for
Hmm.
thousands of years and you just see these people, it's like how long these breaks need to be a long time as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you know someone's gonna be around for a thousand years, you need to take a break for them for a good while before you see them again to keep that relationship healthy. But in the meantime, yeah, you're hanging around with people that you just can't relate with.
Yeah, that's fair. But sometimes it's okay to not relate with people.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, for me, it's like, yeah, I think I still pass, whether it's a vampire or a ghoul or any kind of live forever thing. I think I'm still a pass. I'm still a pass. You know,
Yeah.
enjoy life while you can. Make the best of your life while you can, because none of us are promised tomorrow. You know, whether it's, I
Yeah.
mean, if you think about this, like world, like life in general, like so many things are here to kill you. Like, whether it's an accident, whether it's malicious, whether it's an illness, whether it's an animal, whether it's, there's so many things that can kill you. And eventually, if none of that kills you, eventually just old age kills you anyway. So like nobody gets out of life alive, right?
Yeah,
But you know,
exactly.
but for every day that you are alive, yeah, you just try to be grateful for that. Try to make the most of your day. Try to make choices that benefit you, for that day. And if indeed you wake up tomorrow, hopefully those choices benefit you then as well. But yeah, I just feel like that's one of the best things about life, is just being able to appreciate it, because you know that one day you're not going to be here, and just trying to do the best you can for the days that you are.
I mean, you could. You don't have to be the best every day. That will wear you out. That's called creative burnout.
No, no, I don't mean like that. I mean like just in terms of like, okay, what is the best I can do today? Because the best you can do today might not be the same as the best you can do yesterday or the best you can do tomorrow. I don't mean like you're going to be the top quality. No, just like in terms of like,
Tip top shape.
okay, yeah, just like doing what you can do to like, okay, there's a choice you got to make at some point during the day. You try to make the best choice you can. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. You know,
Oh,
that's what I mean.
absolutely. Yeah. I mean, do you make the best choices? Should you have had fast food today, or should you have ate an apple and gone running? Or like
Fast
now?
food, of course. Fast food, always fast food, always.
Oh yeah,
Well, maybe not
always
always.
fast food. I mean, it's so dangerous. Have you had Taco Bell?
I have. We have Taco
And
Bell
I
in the
love it.
UK, but I had it when I was in Canada, or was it New
I
York? I
didn't know they
forget
had
which
it in
one.
Canada, but that makes sense.
It
Yeah, they
might be
have
New
it in the
York
UK.
actually.
It's in London. I think it's close to Trafalgar Square. No, it's north of
Yeah, they
it,
got a few
somewhere.
branches now.
Oh, do
They've
they?
got quite a few branches around now actually. Yeah.
I love me Taco Bell. It's so dangerous. Please sponsor me. I love you.
You know
My
what?
religion.
Speak,
Baja
speaking
Blast.
of food real quick, and this is
Hmm.
bit of a sidetrack, and I don't know, maybe we could tie it into Fallout.
We've
We'll see.
sidetracked so hard. Come
Uh,
on.
we really do. But I see a lot of videos lately about how like these internet gurus telling you that don't eat this is bad for you, don't eat that it's bad for you, and blah blah blah. And look, I'm no
Hmm.
food expert. I'm not claiming to be any kind of food expert or nutritionist and nothing like that. But here's what I do know: there is absolutely no such thing as bad food. Like there really isn't. There's no such thing as bad
Um,
food.
Eat a
No, I'm
okay, okay, hold on. Before you
well,
say there's
brick
no
isn't
such thing
food.
as bad food, would you eat a stick of butter?
Okay, well here's what I'm talking about. There's no such thing as bad food. No, no, okay. There's no such thing as bad. There's only bad habits. Yeah. So yeah, eating a
So
stick of
eating
butter is a
10
bad
sticks of
habit.
butters.
That's a bad habit.
No, that's okay.
Because here's the
Yeah.
thing: you could, if you had like some butter and you put a little bit of butter in your bread and you ate a sandwich with the butter on it, what's gonna happen? You're not gonna like all of a sudden get sick and die from eating one sandwich. But if you eat nothing but buttery sandwiches all day every day, then yeah, you're probably gonna run into health issues. That's a bad habit. So it's not that the butter is a problem, it's how much butter are you eating and how frequently are you eating it. If you can understand that different foods do different things, you know that you can have a cheesecake once in a while, you can have a kebab once in a while, you can have a butter sandwich once in a while. But as long as you're creating good habits and making sure you're eating foods that are giving you the right amount of nutrients without overloading on calories, eating enough calories as well, make sure you get enough protein, vitamins, and these sorts of things, then okay, I don't eat so much of that, but I can have it once in a while. I don't eat so much of this, but I can have it once in a while. It's not that you have to cut out any particular food. It's just about understanding that certain things you have in order to be healthy, just certain things you have say once in a while or once every so often, while other things you have a bit more frequently to have, more nutrients, more vitamins, and that sort of thing. But this idea that you're supposed to cut this out, cut that out, don't eat this, don't eat that, don't eat. It's like, no, anytime I see any kind of health guru saying that don't eat, ever eat this, don't ever eat that, I'm already like, no, I can't listen to you, man. I can't. The moment you tell me I can't, because here's the thing, and I will die on this hill. this I will
I
absolutely
don't
die on
think
this
you're
hill.
wrong, but please go off.
I would. That's the hill that I will die on. Where there's every type of food, different types of food do different things. There's some foods that are going to be really good for your physical health, things that may be high in protein and stuff like that. There's some foods that are good for maybe your eyesight, certain vitamins that they have, certain foods that are good for your skin. And then there's certain foods that are good for your mental health as well. And that's going to be things like, at least for me anyway, things like cheesecake, things like fried chicken. They're really good for your mental health. But you also understand that something that's really good for your mental health might not be so good for your physical health in high amounts. So it's not that you don't ever have it; you just have it at times when it's suitable. And when you learn to like balance things out, it's not about avoiding this or don't eat that or never eat this or it doesn't even matter whether it's processed food or GMO, organic. None of that stuff matters. It's just you know I can eat this amount of this, I can eat that amount of that, creating a healthy balance of various foods that you like and that are good for you in various ways. Some just make you happy, right? Literally, some foods just make you happy, if nothing else. But, I'm not going to eat 5 tubs of ice cream in a day because that's going to also make you sick. So you can have anything you want to have, but it's just maybe understanding that you can't have as much of it as you might want to have. So there's no such thing as bad foods, unfortunately. promise you that there's no such thing as bad foods, just bad habits. And I think there's no secret to being healthy. It's just understanding that different foods do different things and creating a healthy balance of all the foods you want to eat in the way that you could eat them without overloading the calories and still making sure that you get enough proteins and vitamins. And that's it. You don't need to spend no £100 on somebody's, 6 week YouTube course or whatever it is. You don't need to spend. You don't need to join no this. You don't need to join no that. You don't need to spend. Listen, there is no secret to being healthy. Just eat right and exercise. That's
Oh,
literally it.
well, see, look, you just said eat right. What is eating right?
Eat right as
Like
in
if eating right is
good
just consuming
habits.
chicken, like protein. What if I just want to eat tons of steak, or
Well, you
if I
can't.
only
Yeah.
drink whey protein?
But here's
That's
the
not,
thing:
is
if
that
you
eating right?
no, because if you have nothing but protein, you're going to be deficient in other areas. So you can't just have protein shakes all day because you'd have a high amount of protein, but you're not getting all the vitamins and other nutrients that you need. So you have a balance of different nutrients and different vitamins, and that's eating right. That's having a healthy relationship with food. It's not the food that's bad; it's your relationship with food that's the issue. If you're eating too much of something or not enough of something else, that's a relationship issue, not the food. The food isn't the problem; it's the relationship with the food. It's not the food; it's your habits around the food. So once you create a good habits with food, yeah, and you incorporate that into your daily routine. In fact, even exercising it is secondary. The main thing is just creating a good habit around food. So exercise is great. I'm not saying don't exercise, but the main thing really is creating a good habits around food. Once you could do that, so many health issues you can fix. So many. So
Oh yeah,
yeah, ain't
easily.
no secret. Ain't no course you need to buy. Ain't no like you have to buy special this or special that, or don't buy the ones with this and don't buy unless you've got like specific, medical issues where you might be allergic to certain things or have certain medical reactions where you can't have certain types of ingredients and stuff like that. Of course, you look out for those sorts of things and definitely consult a doctor if you need to do that. But generally speaking, for most people out there, there's no secret. It's just greater healthy habits around food and exercise more. That's literally it. You want to give me £1,000 for that, then fine. But you don't need no I don't know new age guru on the internet telling you got to do this and you got to do that. It's like nah, it's bullshit. Like look, healthy habits, healthy lifestyle. Anyway.
Yeah.
I feel better.
Oh,
I don't know. Can we relate that to something that happened in Fallout? that
yeah,
whole that
exactly.
whole
So
rant.
like
Can we relate to
they
something
were
that happened in Fallout?
eating so you had people in the vaults eating fresh farm food.
Okay.
How
Yes.
do you get fresh food on the land if you have nothing but radiation kind of things? On top of that, they were like traveling everywhere. So it's just like, where exactly did the bombs drop? We only know that the bombs dropped in like LA, right? So like the rest of the USA should be okay, quote unquote.
I mean, they dropped nuclear bombs, so radiation was
But
spread. So it might be okay in like the short term, but eventually the wind would blow radiation all over the place. They dropped quite a few bombs, I believe, right? There was like at least 3 bombs I think they
right?
dropped.
Like, was it a few? Because, like, okay, they dropped the first one. That's where that was 200 years ago. And then they dropped the Shady Sands one.
Yeah,
So it's just like, wait, how many times have they done this? And then how are you going to sustain that? Because that would actually kill the local wildlife. That would change vegetables.
yeah.
So then you wouldn't actually know what is okay. You
Yeah,
know what I
so for
mean?
people in the vaults, as far as they can grow foods and they've got all the facilities they need to grow their own, they have like their own sort of sunlight, I guess, that they have to use to grow foods and farm it and things like that. So they're pretty fine in terms of getting enough nutrients and whatever they need. People on the surface, however, is a little bit different, but then there must be a way to maintain at least a reasonably healthy diet because there were people on the surface that at least on the onset didn't look sick like when they went to when Cooper takes Lucy to that place to trade her in um and there's those two guys there that are like watching TV um they looked, I mean looks can be deceiving, no, to be fair, looks could be deceiving. But at least as far as we were shown as viewers, they look to be reasonably healthy young men. So there's and even like if you look at the Brotherhood of Steel, like a lot of those guys seem to be relatively healthy men. And apparently some women in there that I didn't spot. But the point I'm making is that there's got to be some way of getting the right foods and not succumbing to radiation sickness, because it seems like people were able to do it at least to some extent. And maybe the problem
Yeah.
is that there's people who are hoarding all the good food. Like maybe because the Brotherhood is still seems to be hoarders. To be fair, they probably are. I can imagine. I mean, they don't mention this, but they are. They did say that they're collecting like pre-war technology, so nobody else can have them. So perhaps that's not the only thing they're collecting. Maybe they're also collecting, all the good food and all the, clean and healthy water and that kind of thing. Maybe they're collecting all that stuff too, and just leaving all the radiated crap behind for everybody else.
Yeah, I think it was just really strange though, because when you first see Lucy on land and she meets that farmer guy and he's like banging on that giant tin thing, he's like, it's a water purifier. And I don't know if it works. There's no water. And she offers him water and then he drinks all of it. It's like,
Yeah.
wouldn't you die of dehydration before that? So, like, what's going
Mm,
on with that? And it's just kind of like, he looks like a farmer, you know, with the fence and how everything's set up. So, like, what is he eating? What are people eating? And then you have this tax system of money, you know?
yeah.
So it's just like people have to pay with caps.
Yeah.
And so there's restaurants. There has to be. So what are they eating? Like mutated mice?
Yeah. Like all these places where you can buy food with caps. I mean, this is just something that might be explained because I know the caps do come up in the game as well. Um, but I guess right now, and perhaps it's explained in the games, perhaps it's going to be explained in later series. But what is the significance of caps, and why is that the new currency in this wasteland? Like, what do you? I mean, to be fair, money's kind of an odd thing if you really think about it, anyway. But how did caps become this sort of replacement for dollars, so to speak, and why does it have value to five caps for a two for whatever it was when he went to that dentist to take his tooth out, so you could fix that thing. So yeah, well, I guess that's another thing to potentially explain is that why is caps a currency? What is the significance of bottle caps? I guess it's something to do with the was it Nuka Cola? 'Cause that seems to be a popular thing, so maybe it's something to do with that.
Yeah,
Um,
Nuka-Cola. No, so there was a huge thing on game theory about the caps, and it was because it was a finite system that they could not replicate because of money not really being necessary. But caps was kind of like easy to kind of find and trace, and so that's why they used cap. There's a huge thing on it. I know I'm not doing it justice, my bad, but there's a reason for it.
okay. Well, yeah, maybe that's explained, or maybe I need to just get back into the games and try and figure it out. I think in the first game they said it's
No,
dollars,
no,
though.
no.
I'm
Like
pretty sure.
there's a game theory on why you pay with caps, and like someone did the actual research. So
Oh, like the Game Theory YouTube channel. Yep. Oh,
yeah, so yeah,
yeah. So was you talking about the Game Theory YouTube channel? Okay. You
yeah,
still there?
like game theory.
All right. Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. Yeah, I could look that up. But yeah, I think in the if I remember correct, I think in the first game, the very very first for that game, I'm pretty sure they used dollars in that one. Uh, pretty sure it's dollars wait, or was it caps? I can't remember.
No, it's
But
caps. Hold
let me
on.
see here.
Let me see if I can
Currency
find it.
in Fallout. Um,
I know, I've seen it. I just don't. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. How Fallout bottle caps are worth how much is that the first one.
Okay, no, it's caps. Okay, okay.
And
Bottle
then
caps and sand caps
there's
in
a few other people
Fallout
that
3.
do it too, but the first one for me is always like game theory. But
Okay.
there's another one called Yeah Boy. Like, why are bottle caps the currency of Fallout?
Okay, but these are, I guess, fan theories, right? Not something that they've explained themselves. Then,
Yeah, it's not confirmed by Bethesda.
okay, okay. So in that case, they probably won't. I'd imagine explain that in a show either. Then,
Probably not.
if
Because
yeah,
it's
because
already
they
established in the games, so that's the
yeah
currency. Like, I'm gonna rip out my tooth. Here's a few extra caps.
yeah. But yeah, I can see a few things about why did caps become currency within the Fallout universe. Caps first emerged as a form of currency in 2093. Merchants of the Hub, a large trading city located in Fallout's fictional city of New California, decided to adopt them in a post-nuclear world. It was
Oh,
largely on account of their relative scarcity. All right, well, I guess that's about as much of an explanation as.
yeah.
But okay, okay. I guess we know something about the cap system. And I guess, I mean, money would be completely useless in a post-apocalyptic
Yeah,
world.
exactly.
So,
I don't
but
know.
then
Maybe
also, I feel
people are
like,
melting down the steel.
I guess if caps are scarce, okay, fair enough. But what do you do with the caps once you've got them?
I mean,
You know what
that's
I
still
mean?
the
Like,
thing. It's still the currency of the situation.
yeah. I guess it's a system that everybody. It's kind of like just money anyway. Like everybody buys into this. You know, ultimately money itself is a pretty useless thing, right? But it's because what you do with the money that counts. And if everybody agrees that we're going to use money to pay for things, that's why the system works. And I guess it's a similar thing with caps. Like everybody kind of just agrees, caps is what they're going to trade with, so that system works. So yeah, I guess in essence, there's no real difference between bottle caps and regular money. It's a system that works because everybody just agrees that's what we're going to do.
Yeah. And it's just kind of weird how that happened because like it's not like if a nuclear fallout happened, maybe it's possible that all the paper got burnt up. So like paper banknotes, like bills. Oh, oh, Lord have mercy. Oh my God. Oh, oh. Okay, please no, don't do that anymore. My child grabbed my flesh on my neck and squeezed it like it was an orange. And my Lord, did that hurt?
But also, like, you got to think like, for Voltech and at least Voltech in the show, maybe in the games too, but Voltech in the show, dropping the bombs because they wanted to ensure that their vaults are seen as useful, and so they could, in a post-apocalyptic world, it's like money becomes useless. So if the idea is to do that to make money, how do they plan on making money? Like,
No, no, no. The goal was not to make money. The goal was to control people, to have dominance, like free reign
okay.
to do what they want with people.
Okay, okay. I guess I missed that bit. Okay, cool. Okay, no, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. It's not about the money; it's about the control. And I guess once you're in
Yeah,
control of people, whatever happens, whether it's money or bottle caps, you have the leverage.
yeah,
I
exactly.
see. I
So like,
see. Okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
yeah, because like they have nothing to gain when there's no government money, but they have everything to gain when they are the people controlling the people.
There was one character in the show that was a little bit mysterious, but also never really got a full explanation. And that was Stephanie, who's the character whose her husband was killed. She got a fork in the eye and has an eye patch for most of the series. He has a
Hmm.
baby, and then is
I
meets
think her name's
Chet.
Beth. Right?
Stephanie.
I thought
Oh,
it was Beth, but okay. Is it Steph?
okay. Maybe I got a name
I know
wrong.
it's like Harper. Miss Harper.
Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, that character. Um, yeah, Stephanie Harper. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Stephanie Harper.
Yeah.
Um, so that character, like, she came from Vault 32. And there's a part where Norman asks,
No,
what's
she
it like
came
in
from
Vault?
Vault 31.
Okay,
She
one
came
sec,
from
one
Vault
sec.
31 to 33, and then she became overseer of Vault 32 when the new resurgence happens.
Okay, because all right,
It's okay. I'm paying attention. I'm just helping you.
all right. So I'm hearing it. Okay, no, yeah, okay. Vault 31, Vault series. Vault 31 is filled with Vault Tech employees. Okay, so, but yeah, she came from a different Vault, and there's kind of like an implication that she knows more than she's letting on, you know. But it's like in the beginning she was angry that they killed her husband, and she was talking to Norman, like when he suggested killing those guys, and she was talking to him like she agrees with him, like they should do that. But then there's also this implication, this it's implied that she kind of knows more than she's letting on about a whole vault, and coming from 31, and she doesn't really say much about what it was like in other vaults and that kind of thing, but it kind of like leaves it there. So she becomes like this sort of mysterious character. Starting off as a very relatively normal character, becoming this very mysterious character. And but yeah, it doesn't really go on explaining more from there. But what did you think of Stephanie Harper?
I'm sorry. Ask again. My son was cooing.
I was just saying, what did you think of Stephanie Harper and the fact that she kind of starts off as a relatively normal character, but then it
Oh,
kind of
I love
implies that she
her.
kind of knows more than she's letting on and becomes quite mysterious.
Well, I love her. I love the fact that she's like, I know what I'm getting myself into. Life is perfect. I don't have to work too hard. Yeah, I got some ugly dude, but you know what? It's better than what it is. He was a nice, simple guy. And then, if she needs to choke a bitch, she can choke a bitch. I like that. I like that, she's got a good morality because it's like if someone did something bad to me, I want them to feel the same pain. You know, her eyeball was taken by a fork. By the way, that kind of made my stomach hurt.
That's gotta be
Not
painful.
fun. So yeah, but I really like her character. Not only is she not only is she part of like the buds situation, but she is still more humane, I guess, not in the sense of like controlling people, you know?
Hmm.
Like she's not part of the problem. She's there and she knows like XYZ happened to a certain extent, but she doesn't want to stir the pot to like have problems.
Do you think her loyalties are more with Vault 31, or do you think she's happy with with her life at Vault 32 now? Because they moved her to Vault 32 with Pet.
I think she'll be better. Okay, because think of it this way. If you saw your home getting raided and destroyed and people died and like your potential mate, Chet was her husband. Like, right? Was that his name? Barney? That no. Okay, so her husband died
No,
in
it
front
was
of her.
Chet. Yeah, the Chet was the new guy, the one that
Okay.
was Lucy's
So the
cousin.
new guy is her partner. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is like if someone kills your partner in front of you, you probably don't want to be in that same negative space anyways. So her going into a new life in Vault 32 is a really good it's a good feeling. And raising a child in a new spot, it's like starting fresh, starting over and being in control of it. So I
Is
think
she in
it's a
control
good
though?
thing.
Is she in
Yeah, she's
control,
overseer.
or is I mean, she's coming from Vault 31, which seems to be the vault where they kept all the pre-war Vault-Tec employees on ice and just kind of let them out as they need to. And so far, all the people from Vault 31 are loyal to Vault-Tec. Um, so yeah, is Stephanie like she's right now? I guess fine in Vote 32 and doing what she needs to do, but what I'm feeling like is there's something else going on with her, and it's just kind of hard to gauge because on one hand she seems, especially in the beginning, she seems like pissed off that her husband is killed. Seems like she wants to get revenge on all those guys that did it. But at the same time, it feels like she knows something about this whole Voltec thing, and is maybe sowing the seeds as to their bidding as well. But there's a point where the two are there's a conflict of interest at some point. If she's really going to be following um Bolt 31's bidding and doing what they want, how does that factor into her getting revenge if indeed that she still wants to get revenge on the raiders that killed her husband, like, or
Yeah.
are these two aligned or not? Because like at the moment it's like, where does her loyalties really lie, and what does she choose if those loyalties are not in line with each other, if those the two things aren't in line with each other. um so yeah, see, she was just kind of interested in that regards, that she's just kind of she's introduced as just a very everyday regular character, that's pissed off that her husband was killed, because, and why wouldn't she be, but then as the story develops, it's like, there's something else here, there's something more to this character. She knows something but is not letting on what she knows, and perhaps is part of what they're ultimately going to be fighting against.
On top of that, she's the only pregnant character that we've seen, so I
Yeah.
don't think you can easily just kill off a pregnant character. I don't think that's cool. Like Game of Thrones, yeah, that's cool. Fallout, really not cool if you did that. But okay.
I mean, thinking, yeah, look, I mean, well, yeah, you could have a pregnant character. I guess it depends on how you do it. Depends on how you do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they haven't killed her off just
Yeah.
yet. I like
Well, she's
Norman's
not pregnant
character.
anymore, so now she's a mom.
Yeah, she popped the baby. But yeah, I like
Yeah, that
Norman's
was quite
character.
the episode. Well, that's a wet mama.
Norman was like, he, in the beginning, he's saying that he wouldn't go with his sister because he's too much of a coward. He kind of made that joke about it being too much of a coward to go with his sister. But then as that story develops, I guess he's dealing with his own kind of bravery on a level where he doesn't want to be a coward, and he's seeing there's something wrong, seeing there's something not quite up, and then he goes venturing to
Right.
find out. And I also like that they did that, like they had the whole thing with, of course, Lucy doing her thing with the story, with her story going off, and
Yeah, her
exploring the new
finding her
world
own
and everything
food.
else. But while that's happening, there's still stuff going on inside the vault itself, and I don't know if the games do this, but I did like the fact that, as much as there's a story going on outside of Vault, while that's happening, there's a story going on inside the vaults too. So we kind of get it from both sides, and seeing it from Norm's side, a guy who's, kind of a, know, regular dude. He hid when the attack happened. He's kind of ashamed of himself because he hid. He's feeling all kinds of embarrassments and all these things that he's feeling, and then because of that, he's like, you know what, I'm gonna try and find out what's going on here, and he does find out what's going on. But by the end of it, there's not much he can do because he ends up having to stay in Vault 31 because they sealed the gates until whenever, and it's like, all right, so he's found out what he's found out, but what does that mean for him if he can't leave the vault?
Yeah. And I mean, I think he's smart enough to know how to get out of the vault, though, because he's done all of the job, you know?
Oh yes, yes, yeah.
So he
We
knows
don't
what
actually
to
see him
do.
go inside the states, though. So we don't know if he actually gets frozen or not. We just know he's inside the vault. But yeah, he could be figuring out a way to get out.
Yeah. So we're not sure what's going to happen with that character specifically, but we know that something could happen. We're not sure. And
Hmm.
again, I'm curious to see what would happen because I wouldn't say that him just being in there could be there. He could kill everyone in Vault 31 and, uh, you know, end it that way. Or he could potentially do something crazier and fund the Institute. That's the thing, too.
Hmm.
That's in the game. It's not a spoiler. It's,
Wait,
no,
what's
I
in the
didn't
game?
spoil
The
anything.
Institute. Well,
Yeah. Yeah, the Institute is like they send out robots to live in the real world and just
okay.
check up on what's going on versus like living in pure bliss, like normal, like everyday kind of thing. Free Wi-Fi, continental buffet breakfast,
Okay.
nice clean
Interesting.
clothes, hot showers.
Interesting.
How funny was it when he's like, "What's a hot shower? They have
Oh
oysters."
yeah.
Oh,
I mean, you'd be
this
like that
place
though,
is
right?
nice.
Like, I mean, if you grew up where he grew up, like, I feel like you'd be like that. Like, imagine being. I mean, how old is this guy? I guess he's in his 20s. But
He would
imagine
be
being
in his
like, let's say,
20s.
yeah, let's say you're 25 years old and you just had your very first hot shower in your life. Like, that's got to
Oh
be a
man,
good feeling,
with a linen robe, with a nice
you
robe to
know?
put on. You know, the comforts of like luxury. Finally,
Yeah, that's got to be a real
so
good feeling because not only are you experiencing something for the first time, you're doing it at a time where, I mean, for one thing, it's like these things are practically unheard of, right?
eh,
And it's not like you've had a hot shower before. It's like you've literally never even heard of it, and now you're having it at an
yeah,
age
hot
where
water
you
is a
could
thing.
fully appreciate it. That's gonna be a real good experience. It's like, but you might not even want to leave. you know,
Well, that's what he was saying. He didn't want to leave.
I meant the shower. Like you might not want to leave the shower, but yeah,
Oh, that.
he didn't want to leave the boat.
Yeah. And
Well,
that's why he was
then
like,
yeah,
I'm gonna go live with Lucy. I'm gonna get me some awesome hot shower and caviar and
yeah.
potatoes. Because we don't know exactly what the rations were, but probably freeze dried food that they found somewhere or something along those lines. Not fun.
Yeah, the Brotherhood probably weren't eating. I mean, they were eating healthy clearly because they're all seem to be healthy young men, a lot of them. But they're not necessarily eating like the best grown
They're not eating
foods and
caviar and oysters.
right. Do you know what I mean? Like then it's not. It's they're eating good enough for sure, but they're not necessarily eating like good, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, that difference. But I wonder if the ghouls can actually taste food. I know the ghouls can eat food, but can they actually taste food?
I don't know. I
Because
imagine
you
that your
see,
taste buds would die though.
yeah,
Like if
that's
you
what
have
I would
no
think
nose,
as
you can't
well.
smell, if you know what I mean.
And I
But
guess
if
they
you
have to
can
eat.
taste, no. Yeah, yeah, because the ghouls eat humans. They eat anything, I think.
Yeah,
Because
like he
that
just,
was one of the things that they attack you and then they eat your face out.
yeah, like he killed that one ghoul and then ate his back, ate his
Yeah.
arse
Ah,
meat.
ew, gross. Yeah, that's
So
the
yeah,
thing.
that was
Just
that
ash meat is gonna make itself. Okie dokie.
ass jerky, he called it. So yeah, they
Yeah.
seem to be able to, they seem to need food as well as
Remember, remember, a
the
balanced
inhaler.
diet of ass meat. Hmm. Healthy
Remember what? Sorry.
habits.
Oh,
Healthy
arse meat.
habits.
Yeah, yeah, well, as
Yep.
long as you're not eating too much, you should be fine.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
limit the amount
Don't
of
know
arse meat you
how
eat.
much radiation is on there. Okay.
A lot of
What a
protein in
topic.
arse meat,
We
I'm
went
sure.
everywhere with this podcast.
Oh, we did. Um, yeah, I'm just thinking. I thought we're probably approaching the end. I'm thinking, but I'm just looking through my notes to see if there's anything we haven't covered. I think we've covered just about most of it. I mean, I guess we could talk a little bit about Hank McClane and how he turned out to be a scumbag. Like he
Oh,
seemed like a
yeah,
pretty decent
shocking.
guy in the beginning, and it turns out he was the one that bombed Shady Sands after his wife found out it was inhabitable. They were like, "No, we're just gonna bomb it." Um, and that lady Betty, who was like, when Lucy asked her, oh, sorry, when Norman asked her, what happened to my mother's Pip Boy, and she was like, "Oh, it's buried with her. I buried her myself, me and your father." And at the time, you're thinking buried as in, dug a hole and buried in the ground. But no, she meant she buried her. You know what I mean? She was part of that
But that
decision to
doesn't make
drop those
sense
bombs.
though.
You know?
Like if she buried her, um, they should have the Pip-Boy in possession, you know? Like why would they bury that tech when they could use it on someone else? Like living in a vault is not finite.
Hmm.
So like
Also,
yeah, when
like,
someone
how
dies.
strong are these Pit Boys to survive a nuclear blast? Because they dropped the nuclear bomb on Shady Sands with Rose there, and she had a Pit Boy with her. You'd think that would have destroyed the Pit Boy, but apparently not.
Yeah. I mean it is steel.
And that's, I
I
mean,
don't know. Like the technology should be destroyed too inside it. I don't know. Maybe it's the casing. Again, it is a fictional world, but
true,
I guess in this
true.
one it survived.
And also, we don't fully know how Moldova survived, because Moldova was around pre-war, like in the 1960s or 1950s. And she's not much older by the time we get to 219 years later. But she seemingly was around when they dropped the bomb at Shady Sands. He knows all about that. So it's like, okay, um, where was she during that time? How did she survive it? And how did she even survive this long? Was she in some kind of cryogenic stasis? She doesn't seem to be a ghoul. Um, right? And if she is a ghoul, then she's clearly been looking after herself really well. Maybe she's got an endless supply of inhalers. Was it Radaway inhalers? Um, so yeah, like what? We don't really know much about, and I guess at this point we're probably not going to get an explanation because she dies at the end, right? So
No, Moldova doesn't die.
yeah, Moldova dies at the end. She that's why
No.
they was raising Maximus's hand because like they
Oh,
were like,
that's
oh, you
right.
killed
The
Moldova.
sanity stand. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, that makes
Oh yeah,
sense.
no, sorry,
Okay.
yeah, she does at the end, at the end of the series. But yeah, so
Mhm.
we don't fully know how she survived up until this point. We don't know how she survived Shady Sands, assuming she was around during Shady Sands. She presumably was. Um, but yeah, now she's dead at the end of the series. It's like we're probably not going to get an explanation on that.
Yeah. I wish that we could get an answer, and they also killed Rose, so we don't get the answer on that either,
Yeah,
because like the goal next to her was Rose, and it's just like, man, she looks bad. She might need some foundation.
yeah. Rose was cool to the max,
Yeah,
like
she's she was
fully
she
ghouled,
was like mad cool. No, no, no.
chained up
Did you
ghouled.
ever watch that episode of SpongeBob where it's like the chocolate episode? It's like, oh, SpongeBob and Patrick are selling chocolate, and then there's the granny worm. Like she's totally granny worm.
But I ain't seen too many episodes of SpongeBob, so yeah,
All right, this
I've
podcast is over.
not
Thank
seen
you
it.
very much, everyone, for your lovely attention. Yeah, so it looks like you have to work on SpongeBob, and I'll work on Friends.
Yeah, SpongeBob is a popular show. I know. I think I've seen little bits of it, but yeah. All right, cool. SpongeBob. I watch SpongeBob. You watch Friends. I guess that's the thing.
Okay. Well, that's gonna be painful to watch. I'm not a Friends person. Like I've seen, I get now randomly these like small snippets from the show. I'm like, this is not funny for me. It really is just not up my alley, as
We
they would
were
say,
on a
or my cup of
break.
tea. What?
Okay, yeah, those are the get a reference.
Yeah, I don't watch Friends. I'm good. I don't need to watch it. I'm okay. But yeah, Hank, I really hope that we see more involvement with him and Cooper. I hope that uh, Norman actually goes to the surface because he has to get out of Vault 31, otherwise he can't, and somehow he gets out. I really, I really love the fact that they included dog meat. The dog, that was so great.
Yeah, they have a dog in Fallout 4, right?
Yeah, he's in
And I
all
think
the
it's the
games.
same breed of dog, isn't it?
I believe so. I can't say it is because I didn't play the other games. So I'm gonna say I think so. What do you remember getting to the dog in the other games?
I I didn't get to the dog in Fallout 4. Nah, I don't think I got to the dog, but I've seen pictures. I mean, let me search real quick because I'm pretty sure the pictures I've seen were the same kind of breed as a dog in Fallout 4, a Fallout series. Fallout 4. Yeah, I think it's the same breed. Looks like this. Oh, mate, there might be different breeds actually, but
Really? They're not all German Shepherd?
there's also some different. There's a couple of. Looks like there's a couple of different pictures. I think the main one is a German Shepherd though. Main one is a German Shepherd, but maybe a couple of other dogs in there as well. But yeah, it's
Hmm.
the same breed. Same breed.
Okay, see, it is. It is the same dog meat. We love dog meat. Yes, we do. He's so cute, and I love when he comes to me. And in the game, you can actually make him armor. It is so fun. So I was excited to see that.
Checking it is the same breed. But yeah.
Okay. Oof.
Actually, you know what? They're not the same breed.
You lied to
So
me? What are you, a
they
sheep?
look the same, but they're apparently not the same. So in the game, it's a German Shepherd. In the
Okay.
series, it's a Belgian Malinois.
What in the world is that? Okay, let me look at the difference.
The
I mean,
Amazon's
that's probably the
Fallouts is no
closest thing to
exception,
go
thanks to the
for.
vicious yet adorable CX404, a Belgian
Oh yeah,
Malinois
you know that makes sense. It looks
who
like it.
wanders a post-apocalyptic
I'm
wasteland
looking
with
at
his
it.
protagonist.
I mean, it's pretty close to a German Shepherd.
Yeah, they look the same. They look very similar, but yeah,
Oh, my baby's sleepy.
they're not the
I'm
same
sorry.
breed.
I'm sorry. I would
Oh
suck
well,
to have a baby
close though.
in a Fallout
Close.
nuclear desolate wasteland. You kidding me? If I wasn't in a vault with a baby, I would not be having a baby. Like having kids on the surface is not viable.
Wait, if you was in a vault, you would not have a baby.
No, if I was in a vault that was not Vault 4, I would have a
Oh,
baby.
okay. You would, as long as it's not Vault 4. Okay, gotcha. That makes
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely not Vault 4. Are you kidding
Or
me? I do
Vault
not
32.
genetically patient with freaking gulpers at me. No, absolutely not.
But I don't know. Other vaults might not be too much better though, because they all seem to have their issues, so to speak. So Vault
Well,
4 is like yeah, but the other vaults might look nice, but they might also have their issues. Vault 4
I
might
would
actually
be
be one of the
totally
nicest
fine with
ones actually.
32 and 33, by the way. I don't care. Look, as long as you
32
do your
was
job as governing, like, I'm cool with it.
I
New
mean
32,
32
not
is
old.
violent though, real
No, no,
violent.
no, no, that's old. They're dead.
I'll be
I
fine
meant
now.
new 32 with Steph Harper as
New
overseer.
32 might be okay. That waits to be seen. 33
Yeah,
is a good one as long as everybody does what it's supposed to be doing. You don't have to worry too
yeah,
much. But
exactly.
yeah,
I
Vote
think you're good with
4,
that.
even though it started out as an experiment, it might actually be one of the nicest ones now because the people there seems to be pretty chill. I mean, they
If you're
can
a
get away.
woman, it's not
They
cool.
can gonna get weird for sure. Like like we said, they can definitely get a bit weird. But for the most part, they seem pretty chill.
Yeah, but if you're a woman, it wouldn't be chill because they want you to give birth to baby gulpers.
Oh, what did it say that? My bad. Okay, sorry. In that case, yeah.
But did you not remember that? She was giving birth in a tank, and then out came like the baby gulpers, and it ate her to death.
Oh wait, yeah, yeah, no, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But did it have to do that
I, had,
though, or was that like because that was just what he does?
I don't know, but like, remember when Lucy went into like the 15th floor, that or 12th floor, whatever
Yeah.
number floor? She found all those like cryostasis women, and that's how like they were giving birth to the babies, like keeping those women in those podcasting.
Yeah,
not
because they said
podcast,
something
but
about
vlog.
having to look after them because of how the vote started with the experiments and stuff, and so now they're trying to look up, do something to look after them and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah, I remember that bit. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
pros and cons no matter which vault you go into, right?
yeah, like there's just different ways with it, like when you see it. But as a woman, seeing that on a video and knowing, I'm like, yeah, not gonna deal with that. I'm out. I'll find a different vault.
All right. Well, with that, yeah,
I mean,
I
if
think
you're
we've
a woman,
covered.
would you want to have your like uterus genetically modified for testing splicing genetics?
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, yeah. See, you're with me on
um,
that.
I'm gonna say no. But as long as I don't have to do that, I mean, assuming
Okay.
if I don't have to do that, then be like, all right, do your thing. But yeah, I mean, actually, what vote would I want to live in out of the votes they've shown in the series? Let's see. So you said 32 or 30. You said 32 or 33, right? Um,
Yeah.
let's see. Would I want to live in 4, 31, 32, or 33? Those are the only ones that are
Well,
shown in the
technically,
show.
you can't live in 31.
Yeah, I can't live in 31 because I'm not management. So that's off. I just don't. I
Yeah,
just.
you'd only be in cryogenic sleep.
I'm not sure I'd want to because yeah, you just be in sleep until it wake you up, so there's nothing to do. So like
Yeah, you could
32,
be
30.
potentially dead because you went to sleep. Like, if you went to sleep in cryostasis, think about this. If you were asleep in cryostasis and raiders came, you could just be dead. They could just smash you.
Yeah, you wouldn't know. Yeah, you're dead. You'd be asleep
Yes,
and then dead.
you 1,000% would not know.
All right, so between
One of those, like,
4, 32, and 33. I'll probably go with 33 as well. Actually, I think I'll go with 33 as well because 4. I mean, yeah, they're a bit chill, and they could be a bit weird at times, but they could be chill. But it's mostly a bit chill, and that's cool. But I don't know. I feel like sometimes might be just a little bit, yeah. So I think like with 33, even though they definitely have their corruptions, um, at the very least, you kind of know what you're doing. You know what I mean? You kind of know what
yes,
you're doing. You got a job. You do your job. If you're not good at your job, they give you another job. It's certain things suck, I'm sure, and there's definitely people in charge that probably shouldn't be in charge. But generally, it's like you kind of know what you're doing with 33. So yeah, I feel like I'll probably go with that. I'll probably go with that.
yeah, see, told you. It's a good choice. It's not just because, like, oh, like, it's safer. But if they just want to tell you what to do, like, what's so wrong with that? Like, and if you don't
But
like it, you can campaign against them and just prove your point. It's all about politics, like the real world. If you could beat the slogan, when things look glum, vote 31, then you've done a good job.
maybe once they introduce new votes, we have to see if those are better than 33. But for now, I mean, I think 4
Yeah,
wouldn't be a
exactly.
bad place to live, though. I don't think it'd be a bad place to live. I just feel like maybe it's a little bit too. I mean, like I don't know. Maybe to be fair, we haven't seen enough of 4, so maybe we're being a bit biased as well. But yeah, I
We've
think
seen
based
a
on what we,
lot of horror.
not as much as 33 though. I mean, so I think just based
Yeah,
on what they showed
I
of
guess.
of those vaults, I like 4. I like 4, but I'd probably go with 33.
Okay. I was about to say, so the weird, like, Moldova naked seance thing didn't turn you off.
Oh no, that did not. I'm
Oh, you're
sure
into it. Got it.
no, that did not do it for me. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who are into that sort of stuff, but no, that did not do it for me. That was like, I felt like the way they showed it with Lucy, how she was kind of like going along with it with the and when they started pouring blood down their tits, and she was like, I feel like that's probably like how I might react to it as well. It's kind of like, hmm. What did I just agree
Like,
to?
okie dokie.
Yeah. What did I just agree to? Maybe I should have read the small print first. Like,
I
what's
do
going
have
on
to
there?
say though, I do admire at least his like willingness to be like, all right, that's how it's gonna be done. Okie dokie, that's all right.
Kidoki. Yeah.
So
So
yeah,
that's
I don't think her character was wrong in so many instances. Although I do have a problem when she bit off Cooper's finger. I'm like,
oh
um,
yeah.
that's weird. Yeah,
Yeah.
I felt like that was a little weird.
Gotta do what you gotta do. That, yeah. Did chop that
Yeah,
guy's head off as well, but then he asked her to.
but he asked for her to do that because he couldn't bring her body.
That
Like
actor,
the
by
body
the
was
way,
just like,
the who's he play? Will Zig. The actor who plays him, he was in Lost way back in the day. And the
oh, that's
interesting thing
hilarious.
about, but yeah, the interesting thing about that is they did a kind of a similar thing with his character in Lost, where he's kind of in Lost, like he's introduced as just kind of like just a guy, just some guy. He's just some guy. And then as the show develops, you realize he's actually a very important character to the whole series. And it's kind of a similar thing in this, where when they introduce him, he's just another guy. He's just a scientist. He works, he does a job. But then as the show progresses, you find out that no, he's actually a very important character to the whole series because he's carrying the whole thing about the fusion reactor in his head. So yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. I don't know if that was supposed to be a reference to Lost, but yeah, it's something that I noticed that they did a kind of similar thing where he starts out as being introduced as just a guy, but then as it goes on, it's like he's actually a very important character.
Hmm.
Here we go, Michael Emerson. That's his real name, Michael Emerson.
Yeah, my husband tried to get me into Lost. Absolutely not. I'm not. No, not for me.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I mean, I think only two people watched it in the end, and probably both of them were me. So.
There's my husband and you.
Oh, okay. He watched it. Oh, okay. But yeah,
Yeah, my husband loves Lost.
yeah, it
Like
was a
he
good
was
show.
a really big fan, and it's like, no, I gave it like a good 5 solid episodes, and I'm just like, why do people like this? It's just not for me. I really tried.
Intriguing. It was mysterious.
No, I'm good.
Not very many people liked it in the end. I would say it definitely went on longer than it needed to do. Like it probably could have been like 4 or 5
Three.
like really good seasons. In the
Hmm.
end, it was like 6 seasons that were all right, all right. But yeah, I would say it probably went about 2 seasons longer than it needed. Um, yeah, I stuck it through and I enjoyed it all.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm glad you
I'm sure
enjoyed Lost.
me and your husband enjoyed it. But I was once I watched it all the way through. Everyone else
Yeah,
tapped
I was
out
about to
after
say, who
season
else
two.
watched this shit? It's okay. Again, it's just stories and like plane crash. Not one of my kind of like things I would want to happen to me kind of situation, quote unquote. If
Oh
anything,
nah,
might be more like, I know what to do. Let's make sure we can get home now. I'm a very go getter kind of person, so just seeing a lot of people like, oh god, I'm so heated. Like, no, no. I'd be so busy working on things. I don't know what to do. Oh god, no, just no, 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 no. Oh, what's that? Oh, we're on an abandoned island. Oh, look at this paradise. All right, let's find some coconuts, and I guess we're having coconuts for a while, because I know I can eat that.
coconuts. You could maybe grow some strawberries and
Well, we don't
or
know if strawberries are on the island. Like coconuts, I
oh,
think, are on
true.
that
I
island.
guess I have to look around what grows and we could find seeds and kind of go from there.
Yeah,
But yeah, grow some fruits, grow
exactly.
some
Like
vegetables.
they just felt so helpless, and it angers me because it's like
did you learn anything in life? Do you know how to do anything? Like, I don't know. I get a lot of random things on my YouTube feed and Facebook feed, Instagram feed. Some of them are survival wilderness tips. And I'm just like, yeah, I think I could totally do that if it was a life or death situation. It's like, oh, watch these two random kids in the Philippines make a mud house and it's like amazing. I'm like, yeah, I think I could do that too. Because I watched these kids like work with clay to make a little hut out of dirt. And then they built like their own pool. I'm just like, oh my God. And then I see something like Lost, and it's just, I know it's scripted, but I'm just like, if I was in that situation, I would not have to return to society.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like if I was ever in that kind of situation, knowledge that I have now, I think I can do okay in terms of survival because, like, I mean, I'm not claiming to be no like survivalist expert or whatever, but there are things that I know in terms of like you know uh uh, uh planting. I could you know well, it's I can catch animals, but I could probably set up a net. I could things like that. Like I could probably figure out how to do certain things. I feel like even things I haven't necessarily done before. I feel like I could figure out certain things just based on what I know. And it's gonna be trial and error. You're not gonna necessarily get everything right straight away, and you're gonna make mistakes. But I do feel like with what I know, I can probably there's certain things I know I can do, and there's certain things I could probably figure out. And then let's say, a month later or whatever, you can probably get to a point where kind of know what you're doing and can kind of go from there. And of course, you still learn as you go along. I do feel like, yeah, if I was in a situation like that, I personally feel like I can probably do okay in terms of like surviving, finding food, making food, cooking, starting all that stuff like that. Like, and these aren't things that I'm like experienced in. It's just like, I mean, with the exception of planting, I could do, I could plant vegetables, and I've done that plenty of times. Well, a few times. But the point I make is that even though I'm not necessarily super experienced in all the survivalist stuff, I do feel like just based on what I know, um, now and what I've had experience in, I feel like I can probably do okay. Like it doesn't seem to me like you know I'll be starting from scratch. But then again, of course, I could be completely wrong. And on an island where all kinds of weird stuff happens, maybe it's not so simple. So there's that to
Oh
consider
yeah,
too. Probably
easily.
smoke monsters and others and people just like living there that are just like monitoring you and like, wait, what's going on here? Like, so yeah, maybe it'd be a little bit different if I was actually on that lost island. But in a general, maybe real life desert island, I think I can do okay. I don't necessarily want to try it out. I think I could do
Yeah, Mr. Beast, do not contact me to make me reenact these skills. But if it's for like $200,000, all right, let's go.
Oh yeah, put some money down. All right, now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If I had to survive in the wilderness for a Mr. Beast challenge, I would take it because I think I'd be fine. Although I think it would hurt me because I love my kids. I don't want to be away from them.
They can come with you.
What if they're not allowed?
Would you? Okay, if you could survive on your own in the wilderness for a while, how would you feel like if you was doing it, but you had to raise your kids at the same time? Be you still doing
Oh,
okay?
absolutely not. No, absolutely not. Do you know how hard it is to raise my kids right now with like amenities? Like if I were to raise my kids in the wilderness, uh, diapers, wipes, powder, that is essential for babies.
You have to
I'm
make
just not
nappies
gonna
out
let
of
them run
leaves.
around in a bush like with wearing a leaf.
You have to find
Absolutely
animal
not.
skin. Make nappies
Yeah,
out of animal skin.
yeah. Use like snake guts as wet wipes.
Figure out how to wash it and all that. I mean, you could probably wash animal skin easy enough. I'd imagine. I mean, you could find
Uh,
water, you could wash it.
maybe,
Be alright.
but
But then different
the
animal
types
skins
of
are,
sleep
you
that
know,
they have, it's just not fun.
I mean,
Like
depends on the
baby
type of
poop,
animal
not
as well,
fun,
like
man.
how thick the skin is and that.
Yeah, that's true. Because like if you have boar hide, that is not. You got to work with that one.
You might have to like double
Doesn't
layer it or something,
inside
or maybe triple layer it.
you, maybe. We don't know.
But let's hope we don't have to find out.
That's another podcast.
All right, so yeah, I think we've covered pretty much everything about Fallout. Unless is there anything else you'd like to add, Lady Celeste?
Normally I have more to say, but I think we've done such an extensive conversation on it. I do hope that they increase the season count. I
Mhm.
think that would be fun, but we'll see.
Indeed, indeed. All right, all right, all right. So, if you've watched and or listened this far, big up, big up, big up. But yeah, drop any comments about Fallout or any suggestions about shows or other things you want to hear us talk about. That'd be appreciated too. But yeah, drop any comments, like, share, subscribe, follow, depending on which platform you're listening to this on. Either way, appreciate the support. uh but yeah, that's what we think about Fallout the series. Let us know what you think about Fallout the series, or indeed Fallout the games as well. Let us know what you think about those two. But thank you for watching and or listening, and until whenever, if ever, okie dokie.